What's up? Let me turn on my lights in here. Started streaming. Okay. Gotta use my iPad for this because my Raspberry Pi is not on right now. There. Okay, cool. Yeah, so there was talk about Adam being late today. And while I suppose technically that's true, it was advertised yesterday and it was advertised on the very page you go to watch me stream. Right here. Tuesday, May 10th. Late start. Oh, whoa. That's cool. You can put any reaction you want now, huh? That's pretty neat. I like that. Okay. So let's get rid of the late start. We'll keep the vacation on there. Figured it would be on Twitter if it was a thing. Well, hey everyone, by the way. And it's fine. I did say yesterday a few times it's not a big deal. It only shows me that people care. The post right before your video don't show the latest one? What, Programmer D? The posts right before your video don't show the latest one. I don't know what you mean. In my defense, I wasn't there yesterday when you said it. Well, hey, Remy. What? I, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to. Where are the word breaks in this name? Is it I'm a Dean new name again? I'm a need. I'm a. Okay, new. I made a new name again. Aha! I figured it out. Puzzle number one of the day. Thanks for following. I made a new name again. Man, it's. Some of us were in Antro instead. Okay, so I made a new name again. Are you someone who I should know? Adam's getting better at this. So, let's see. Did I leave where I left off? Oh, yeah, I did. Test this out. Okay. So, infra... Oh, I think I did that yesterday, too. Wow, you're a good hacker. Yeah, what can I say? Okay. So test this out. I got the notification saved to the database and presumably the whole system works, but I of course need to test this. Just make a fake entry in MySQL as the overseer is running and it should get picked up automatically. So the entry needs to be try an entry that is greater than 5 minutes old. Try an entry that is new and points to an entire cluster. Try an entry that is new and points to a single instance. This is going to be pretty hard to do. Yeah. Because I need to set up the environment just right. So let's just close out of all these things for right now. One of the other things I need to do is drop database botland. Then let's go into the account server, run the database initialization script. Okay, cool. So now if we do use botland, we should have a table for the failed notifications. Yeah, and if we describe that, failed termination notices, IP address, port, and request time. Okay. Man, so my appointment was a dental appointment, and I've never heard this before, well, about my teeth, of course, but she's like, You seem to be grinding your teeth a lot. And she's like, you know, this is a stress-related thing, right? I'm like, I knew that. But, anyway, this is eating into the rest of my life. Botland. Alright, what was I going to do here? Just insert into a database, right? Yeah. Okay. So, insert into, what is this, failed termination notices? We have IP address, port, request time, values. So the IP address has to be 127.0.0.1. The port, I guess we'll pick the first one that's used. Okay, so game run, where does this REST server port here? Where's the TCP port? 3003. Okay, so we got to set that to 3003. And then the request time, I never know how to format times in MySQL. The only way I know how to do this is here. Yeah, I'll write this in here actually. If inserting date times, use this format. Yeah. Hey Echo, how's your game coming along? And hey Lobo. Okay, so we need to pick a time that is 5 minutes ago. Or we need to go mess up some values over here. Let's mess up some values. So we'll rerun these notices every 2 seconds. And we'll set our max time to like infinite, basically. I mean, that's not really infinite. Let's do 1E50. That's basically infinite at that point, right? And yeah, okay, cool. You look sharp as usual. Thanks. Working on pickups right now and attacking mechanics? Oh, cool. Yeah, I like the aesthetic of your game. I don't know anything about the gameplay. What kind of game is it? Okay, so this will work. And this says we tried terminating this, but couldn't. So go terminate it. Now, we also need to make games last forever if we're going to do this. So let's go into constants.js and figure out where to make games last forever. Here. So we're going to make games last. Doesn't need to be forever. I mean, 130 minutes is fine. Because I'm not going to take that long testing this. Hey, Esku. Oh yeah, it has infinity. I picked a number that's may as well be infinity. Because all we care about is that enough seconds have passed since 1970. And I think 1 times 10 to the 50th seconds have passed. I think it's safe to say that. Okay, so let's do this. This is the one I'm testing out now. So the repro steps are 1, join a game. 2, refresh to make sure we get reconnected to the game. Then 3, save to the notification table. And then 4, make sure the matchmaker acknowledges the removal. Hey, Original Pepper. Life is going well. I want to get done with this infrastructure stuff. I've got to say this is not low stress work. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, start all this stuff. Okay, so here we go. And we can get rid of this and this. Fun, casual, adventure type. The first release will start with survival mode. Oh, cool. Well, it sounds fun, Echo. Okay, so I start up all these things. Let's continue to start them up. And I need to set it so that only one player is required for a game. Is that currently the case? No, players per game is set to 2. Let's set players per game to 1 and then restart the matchmaker. There. Okay, so now we do this. I'm going to connect to the game, or well, I'm going to join the game. This will put me into the queue, then it realizes that I'm in the game. So we got a minute until the game starts. If I refresh the page and I reconnect, it automatically places me back into the game. Great. So now here's the part that I'm going to test that is brand new, which is adding this into the database. This is a failed termination notice, meaning we tried to notify the matchmaker that we were terminating something, but we couldn't for some reason. So we put it into the database. Then the overseer is going to read from the database, I made it every 2 seconds for right now, and find out that this game server instance went down back in 1970. However, we set the max, like the statute of limitations basically to infinite. So let's go try this out. Then we need a semicolon, which I better write here. Okay, so we do this and then we go look at the matchmaker. And it should say within about 2 seconds, and it's already been longer than 2 seconds, so something must have screwed up here. Oh, that's what screwed up. Okay, what is this? Address is null or undefined. No. No. IP address. Okay, let's print this out then. The database doesn't seem to have... Oh! I think I... No, I don't know why. Never mind. dbresp termination notice. Hey, Endoran. Okay. So that failed. Let's try again. What's going on? What is going on? Select star from failed termination notices. Is this empty now? No, it's not empty. Then what's going on here? It's not printing anything. What? Oh, we don't have a master matchmaker, so we don't do this until we restart this. Darn it, I restarted the wrong thing. Okay, so we restart that. Now we should see everything. I mean, it'll still error out, but I'll at least know why. Yeah, here we go. So IP address, port, request time. This has IP address, port, and request time. Yeah, that's correct. So oh, whoops. Oh, maybe this is what Sub was trying to say yesterday. Oops. All right. Yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, well, let's just restart that. All right. Operation timed out. Database response is now nothing. Okay, so that technically worked, I guess. So here's what we should be doing right here. Let's do logger.info could not, or termination notice json.stringify termination notice has expired because it is older than max failure retry time ms. Now let's do divided by 1,000 seconds. Yeah, there you are. You came back early today. But, yeah, you were right yesterday. Or at least, I'm pretty sure this is what you were talking about. These things were fine. Actually, I think this is what you were mentioning. But then I happen to use dbresp instead of termination notice everywhere else. But anyway, hey, and welcome back. Alright, so this is expired. And then here we say that we're trying to run this thing again. And Unsta show. Thanks for following. So rerunning termination notice. And if it fails, we should say termination notice successful, removing from database. Let's just keep the stringified form of this around. It's probably a good idea. Const notice as string. So we can get rid of all of this actually. Apparently Twitch is not blocked. Nice, just don't get caught. Actually, so Davey XL hasn't been back in a little while. I don't know where he is, but he said that sometimes people think that he's programming even though there's a video of me here, but they just see more code on his other monitor, I guess. So maybe you can trick everyone into thinking that. Okay, so then this string here, we can get rid of this stuff. Alright, so termination notice successful. Removing from database. And here it would be termination notice failed. Leaving in database. And this would be an error actually. Okay, so let's try this out again. And it should have already removed it from the database. So if I do select start, yeah, okay, so that's gone. All right, let's do this again. So we're gonna run this, we're gonna run this, and I guess we're gonna run this. Just cover up Adam with another screen. Cover up Adam with another screen that's the video, and then just keep doing that recursively until you have a really tiny monitor. Okay, so I'm gonna connect again. We're gonna hit join game. The matchmaker will know about this, so just made one match. Now we're gonna add this to the database again, just like I did before. And we're gonna wait for the matchmaker to hopefully, oh perfect, it worked. A game server instance failed, 127.0.0.1 port 3003. Players who are no longer being tracked will be logged in a subsequent message, removing player with ID 1 from the matchmaker. Okay, so check it out. Now that's gone from the database. So if I do a select star here, the row we just inserted is gone. And I should no longer be on this server. So if I connect and I hit, yeah, join game, it'll put me on a different server at this point. Which actually, it might be the same server, right? Nothing says that this thing was reserved. That's kind of an issue. Well, what did I connect to? Let's go find that out. Connecting to 3004. Okay, so let's go and validate that server too. Oh, it thinks that a server's still running. Okay, here's what we'll do. It's kind of weird when you're typing in two windows simultaneously. Someone hasn't seen Hacker Typer. You just got to run this on all your monitors. You just mash a whole bunch of keys. This is what I should just do someday. I should say, yeah, guys, I'm coding a new database security system right now. Just do this all day. Just never even stop. Never comment what I'm coding right now. That's it. Just, yep, I'm a genius. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna knock out the entire. How do you specify null into MySQL? Is it just like that? Yeah. So we're gonna knock out the entire game server. So it says an entire game cluster failed at localhost. Players who are now no longer really logged. Yeah, we got great. Okay, cool. So and then this should say rerunning termination notice port null. Termination notice successful, removing from database. And hopefully it did indeed remove that from the database, right? Yes, perfect. Okay, so those two things work. That's actually really good. Now we can test this in a slightly better way by doing this. Hey, ProSam. Okay, so here's how we'll do this. We'll connect as Adam1 over here and as Adam2 over here. We'll join a game over here. So now this one's going to be on port 3003 and this one's going to be on port 3004. And we should have, yeah, let's check it out. Adam is on port 3003. Adam2 is on port 3004. Now we're going to knock out the whole game server cluster by doing this. And now both of them should be freed up. Yep, remove players with IDs 1 and 2. So when I refresh both of these pages and hit connect, we should just see a join game. Perfect. And if I join the game, that's probably going to fail because it doesn't actually think that any servers are online. But hey, okay, that's pretty good. Now there's something else I should do here, and that is probably to restart all of this stuff. So restart that, and then restart this. This will put them both into games, so we should see this automatically get put into a game, because now I have the server online. That does not seem to be happening. Why is that not happening? Finished registering. Successfully registered with the overseer. I probably need to just restart that. Right? Did that work? Something's wrong. Oh, I joined the matchmaker before. Oh, whoops. Okay. I got to refresh these pages. That's what's wrong. Because I shut down the matchmaker in between. Okay, so we're going to join both these games. Now let's try this out. I'm going to just turn the cluster off. There. So I haven't added anything to the database. Now it should automatically... It might take 2 minutes though. I was going to say though, it should fail health checks at some point. Endpoint already existed. Removing that from our data structures. Added that endpoint. Yeah. Got a new keyboard poker and I need to use FN IJKL instead of arrow keys. It's hard. Wait, IJKL? They didn't even use Vim keys for that. That's weird. Can you link to your keyboard? Oh, check it out. Okay. 1 failed health check. So exactly 1 minute from this time, it should automatically clear these players up in the database. Now, since the server's offline, the overseer doesn't know about it yet. So when I try refreshing here and I hit connect, it's going to just say failed again because it's trying to connect me to the game that I was already in. So we need to wait for this thing to fail a second time. Are they giving all channels encoding options now? Well, really? Are they? Do you guys have encoding options for me? I'd be pretty surprised if they did that because it's another reason to make you want to subscribe, which gets them a lot more money. Okay, check it out. There, it worked. So removing this from our data structures. And because, yeah, check it out. An entire game cluster failed. Wow. That's pretty good. So now when I reconnect, these players will just be able to join the matchmaking queue again. Yeah, and if I hit join game, there are no servers online. So as soon as I put a server online, watch this. I'll just do cluster run. And these players will filter through the matchmaking queue and now they're in a game again. Perfect. Wow. Great. Oh. I've seen keyboards like this before. I think this is good if you're using something like Vim. But I use the home and end keys a lot. And actually the arrow keys too. And page up and page down. Actually, no, I don't use page up and page down too much. Wait, is this you? You got like 5,000 views on this thing? Huh. Master Hipster. Okay, so these things are done. We tested this. We tested this. Now, I did not test this. So let's try this out. So here's what we do. We restart everything. Okay, and then in the endpoint monitor, we set the max time. Instead of being this, let's set the max time to 5 minutes again. So here's what will happen. We're going to go through the code and we're going to get to here, and it's going to say termination notice has expired because it is older than, what, 300 seconds? Yeah, 300 seconds. That's what it's going to say. So let's try this out. We're going to rerun everything. And then we're going to add this into the database. So right now it's not saying anything. We add this into the database and then it should immediately say that termination notice has expired because it's older than 300 seconds. So we remove it from the database. So now it should no longer exist. Perfect. Okay, so this mostly worked. There was one bug with it. I fixed the bug. And yeah, I think that's fine. So all of that worked. Function left for home and function right for end. Yeah, that would work. And that's what you have to do on some Unixy systems, like Control A and Control E. Who does who does OBIS capture CMD? It only works when I use window capture. Oh, how does OBS capture CMD? It only works when I use window capture, not show the monitor capture. That is weird. Yeah, that is weird. First of all, so I'm not using CMD, I'm technically using something very, very similar to it called Conemu. But I'm just doing a monitor capture and it shows up. So maybe, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty strange, but I don't know how to help with that. Okay. Cool. Cool. And then it's all about documenting this. This is not bad. I'm glad this worked. I don't know how happy I am with it, but it's good enough for now. So this needs to be updated. This does not need to get checked in, and in fact should not get checked in. Well, this one is. So added a table in the database for failed termination notices. This table is meant to be used by the overseer when it can't notify the matchmaker about a failed game server instance or cluster. Can you link the thing you use? Yeah, sure. Insert key isn't really used in Vim. The insert key isn't really used by many people, right? The ASCII art thing is kind of funny because, yeah, if I'm ever trying to, if I have some table of data, I don't even know how I'd draw this out, but I had something like this, and let's say I wanted to write headers in here, so I put something like val1 space val2, then yeah, using the insert key can be really helpful here, but I don't think most people use it on any operating system or any text editor. Okay, so added a table in the database for failed termination notices. This table is meant to be used by the overseer when it can't notify the matchmaker about a failed game server instance or cluster. So it saves to this database so that it can try the notification again later. Now, what we should do here is lint everything, of course. This code is not even getting linted, and either way, it looks totally fine. It's 4 lines of code, so I'm just going to check it in anyway. Okay, so linting passed over there and passed over there. All right, now let's do this. So this is not going to get checked in. This won't get checked in. This will get checked in, and I already commented all of this yesterday. Schmelly Orc says dem bots. What is that in reference to? One person, I actually almost saved this as a quote. One person came in here and asked something like, what language is he using? And people were just having a conversation normally, and they didn't see his message. So he said, what, is everyone in here a bot? And I thought it was hilarious because what a weird way to accuse someone. There's been like 6 lines of chat, and someone didn't happen to see your message, and you think everyone's a bot. But I don't know if you're saying that, Schmelly Orc. Only Spurtman is a bot. Okay, so fully terminate game server. We get the host address. Yeah. Now, what else do we have here? Also removes the entry about this from the database. And it tells the matchmaker about this too. I don't think it's really worth commenting that part. All right, what about this? Tell matchmaker that an entire game server cluster has been terminated. That I will put something into. If we're unable to reach the matchmaker, we'll instead save this termination notice to the database. I just remembered. Okay, so in order for my system to work flawlessly, I need to make sure that I don't allow game servers to be reserved that are currently in failed termination notices. Otherwise, it's possible that there's a race condition. Yeah. Hey, Swine. How's it going? Swine bot. Yep. So this could probably be made simpler. Humans are great. I sure love having emotions, right? Right, fellow human? Alright, so don't try running this unless we have a master matchmaker. Then get the failed termination notices, and we should say something like reprocess. Yeah, fine. Process failed termination notice. So, attempts to process a termination notice that is the notification to the matchmaker that a game server cluster or instance failed by telling the matchmaker again. If it fails, then we keep it in the database, and if it succeeds, then we remove it from the database. So the termination notice itself is the database object with properties like IP address, port. And what it returns is a promise. Hey, Crazy Miner. Oh, Smelly Orc. Wait, have I seen you here before? I think. Huh. Oh, you are also a streamer. Okay. I'll have to follow you. Have I seen your game before? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever stopped into your stream, but I'll check out that. Alright. You came here randomly. Well, welcome. Yeah, and if you're curious about the game that I'm making, there you go. Alright, so let's save this over here. That way if I ever need to reference this again, I have it, and I can close this. Then all of this code, all we're going to do here is map everything in here. So underscore.map, everything in database response to this. And that's it. And now all of this code can be moved out of here. And what we got out of this is that we are tabbing back 3 levels, which is pretty nice. Now even these comments. Yeah, cool. Alright, I'll check out Smelly Orc's channel. So attempts to process a termination notice, the notification of the matchmaker, by telling the matchmaker again. If it fails, then we keep it in the database. If it succeeds. Okay. And now this function is much simpler. Although there's one problem here. If this is expected to be used as a promise, I mean, we're not returning a promise, but this does. Not that that matters. Hey, BioAim. Okay. I really should test this again. All I did was move some code around, but it wouldn't hurt. I don't really want to. Actually, I really did just move code around. Okay, that's exactly why we at least run a linter here. Cur time is defined but never used. Yeah, this stuff needs to be removed from here. Okay, that should fix everything. In the 90s, there was an old game called Tank Wars or something similar to it. And Andy, thanks for following. The game is basically use their programming language to make your bot attack stuff. Making AI to kill other bots. Horrible Canadian typer. Yeah, there have been a lot of games over the years that are kind of similar in concept to Botland. And so, okay, when I set out like 5 years ago, 6 years ago now to on the sort of original Botland, I hadn't seen any of these games, and the game that I was planning wasn't really fleshed out to begin with. It was supposed to be an RTS. Then, as the years went on, I tried making it into an RPG. And then, when Ian, the co-founder, had approached me and said like, "Hey, we should make a game about programming," I'm like, "That's perfect. Let's do it." And then we planned this together, and this is what we came up with. And I think this is a really good format for a programming-based game. And I think we're providing enough that's new from the other games that people have seen, and just a different direction in general. This is not necessarily targeted at programmers. Okay, so yeah. All right, so let's write this down. So the overseer will now save failed termination notices about game server instances or clusters to a table in the database forever. Now there are still some problems here. Are there actually? Maybe there aren't. Yeah, no. Maybe there aren't any problems here. Maybe this is it. Okay. And is this the time when I added in that notification? No, I didn't. I put it in already, didn't I? Stuck. Yeah. Here, are there actually? Maybe there aren't. Yeah, no. Maybe there aren't any problems here. Maybe this is it. Okay. And is this the time when I added in that notification? No, I didn't. I put it in already, didn't I? Stuck. Yeah. And then retry sending those notifications to the matchmaker every minute. Yeah. Yeah, okay. You know, Adam, I don't understand 90% of the stuff you do, but only get like 10% of the JavaScript you type up. But that's fine, and you can always ask me for any information you want on the stuff that I am doing, which, by the way, I didn't update today. I gotta go do that. Like, I don't mind clarifying what it is that I'm working on, or even what a particular line of code does if you ever are curious. And with that said, let's figure out what today says right now. Adam is continuing to work on the infrastructure. For this week, that means finishing up some of the game server tasks and allowing critical endpoints to be conversation usually added to. Actually, this is still valid, so fine, we'll just leave it as is. Why do you use asterisks for bullet points and not dashes? Just a style choice. Your cam on your keyboard just moved? Did it? Was it like, as long as you can still see the keyboard, I think we're fine. Adam, how does it all work? Well, in the beginning, there was Hello World. And then another 6 versions of Hello World until I finally started working on different things. So in order for my system to work, I need to make sure that I don't allow game servers to be reserved that are currently in failed termination notices. Otherwise, it's possible that there's a race condition. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. I guess I could just search by IP address, and if there's a failed termination notice, I just don't schedule anything else on that game server. I'm not sure. Because here's the scenario that I'm worried about. What is it? So, game server at IP 1.2.3.4 crashes. So, overseer tries to tell the matchmaker. Actually, how about this? Let's start at the beginning. Players 1 through 6 join the matchmaking queue. They're placed onto a game on server 1.2.3.4. Okay, now that game server crashes. So the overseer tries to tell the matchmaker that it crashed, but the matchmaker also crashed or was unreachable due to DNS. Now, so But then I don't know. I guess the secondary there's okay, so there's a very weird thing. So the matchmaker coincidentally also crashed and the secondary took over, but DNS hasn't updated yet. That's kind of the only scenario we can run into there. So the overseer tries to notify the matchmaker that the game server crashed, but because DNS is still pointing at the dead matchmaker, the notification fails. So the overseer saves the failed notification to the database. No, I don't think there's really much of a problem here, unless the entire cluster failed and came back online. Yeah, I'll just have to write this down. Crazy Miner says, I'm going to college next year. I'm going to get a bachelor's in computer science. That's awesome. And Crazy Miner, if you feel like you don't understand 90% of what's going on here, you could always try learning JavaScript in your free time, and it'll especially help you once you do get to college. So I think it's a good idea. Since networking dealt with MTU yet? Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. That's what Superman said. Like, I don't think I'm going to ever need to optimize to that level. This is not a real-time game in the sense of, first-person shooters or something. It's real-time enough where traffic can't lag. Why did I just go to that site? Where traffic can't lag crazily and you'll still have a fun time playing. But, like, this is roughly at the speed the game goes. And these messages that are sent back and forth are relatively small. Like, move right. You need an ID of what moved right. And you need the command of move, and you need the argument of right. So all of that, if you compress it all down, would probably fit into like 4 bytes of information. So I'm not too concerned. I haven't compressed it down, so it's probably more like 30 bytes right now. Extensive says, I am Bill Gates. That's exactly the kind of thing Bill Gates could do and be like, oh, no one's going to believe me anyway. Might as well just admit it. And then people know that Bill Gates was in the channel, huh? Learning programming helped me a lot in math class. Yeah. Escu, that's totally wrong. 5 times 4 versus 5 minus 4. All right, I'll stop. So I don't think I need to do this, because I don't think this is a problem. Cancelled. I don't think it's a problem, but I do think it's worth documenting. So I'll put this over here, because we need to document this. Got the proper bullet point? Okay, so make the game servers more of a black box. I think this is done. First, finish turning these into design into do items. If the overseer or matchmaker fails, then the cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but the game would never finish. Yeah, I think this is still a problem. How would this fail? Cluster would assume the game server is in use. Yeah, but if it's right after reserving an instance, then we'll know. No, this is still a problem, I think. Darn it. We'll have saved it to the database as no, we won't. Nothing's gonna happen here, right? Cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but the game would never finish. The game actually would finish. So I guess in the case that we run into a failure right after reservation, then that's too bad. I don't know. I don't know what to say here. What degree did you get in college? Yeah, I got a bachelor's degree in computer science. Okay, so there are still some issues here. There's nothing to handle if a game server's been running for too long. What do we even save in the database? Let's close out of all these other things. So what do we save? Host address, host port, the last updated time. So something should probably go through this database every once in a while And if it wasn't updated in the last... Wait, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Okay, so this is still a problem. So problem, something in the infrastructure can fail and game server instances would never be tracked as finishing their games. So I could run a check on the game servers table every so often for clusters that haven't been updated in the last X minutes. This won't even find that bug. No, this won't find that problem. The cluster could be updated, but the particular failing instance may never get updated. Oh, I don't know. Maybe this is the cluster's responsibility then. It tracks which game servers are running and when it updated them and then can push out and... I don't know. Spurtman's a professor. Just rips off a mask at the end. I don't know what to do about this. Cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but then the game would never finish. Yeah. So this is more an issue. I think the exact problem is that the game instance finishes, but the overseer isn't around to hear about it. What's the problem? Well, I'm still trying to fully formulate this. Then I can describe it. So when a game finishes, where does this happen? Here, right here. So when a game finishes, we tell the cluster master about it, that a game finished. Then the cluster master tells the overseer that we finished running a game. If this particular line of code fails, then we have a problem. And nothing will ever do anything about this problem. This should be stored in the database on the overseer side. What I'm getting at is this might never make it to the overseer. I think what you're saying maybe is the overseer should know that a game was started and then know when to mark it as finished, I guess. Actually, you know what we could do? We could just keep calling this until it works. Because... yeah, I think we just keep calling this until it works. If the whole process crashes, then the overseer will know that and act accordingly. So yeah, we just keep calling this. So game server instance failed. Yeah, like all these, I think we just keep retrying. Yeah, because if someone uploads a malicious script and it crashes the server, the overseer should have a final call on all of this, or the matchmaker. Well, if it crashes, those will all be detected. I guess what I'm worried about is that... Yeah. Yeah. I think I can just retry all of these. Like this, for example. What? Register with overseer should already be in a retry loop. I guess the retry happens on the caller side, though. Nope. This apparently doesn't. Oh, here it is. Retry. There it is. Yeah, EJ, I think I mostly would agree with that, but I think in this case, it is just easier for this to be retried forever and ever. So, okay, let's change this. It should really be baked into here. Yeah, there's no reason for this to know about retry. So let's get it out of there. If you just pick what's responsible for what, everything falls in the line. Yeah, and I think so. The issue with my other endpoints, so like I have the overseer and I have the matchmaker, is if these crash, if the above crash, then failures need to be handled by, well, how do I say this? Well, it's, if this crashes, yeah, okay, that's what I meant to say. Failures need to be handled by their secondary endpoints, i.e. the failovers, of course. If a game server fails, though, the overseer already knows how to handle it. So retrying forever is actually totally fine. Okay. Oh, I was thinking about this as I was driving to my appointment this morning, about how we have a bunch of different nationalities in chat. And okay, so this is me thinking to myself, so I didn't fully formulate this thought. But it was something along the lines of, let's say there were two countries that were at war and there were viewers from those countries in chat. Like, there's no animosity necessarily between them. And that's it. That was the full thought. I just thought that's an interesting concept. Like, Sprintman might hate EJ or the country, but they don't show it. We all come together for programming streams. This is why I should never share my thoughts any longer. All right, we're going to make this retry in here instead of in the caller, because we shouldn't have to worry about this. Yeah. So all of this can be moved there. So we can just call the register function. Register with overseer is what, this particular thing? No, it's this. So all we need to do is call this with the overseer REST client. Okay, so this dot overseer REST client dot register with overseer. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, sub. That's right. Can you imagine how terrifying that would be, by the way? To like go behind enemy lines with a Christmas tree and hope that they don't shoot you. And then I guess the next day go back to shooting them. It's pretty sad. Alright, so register with overseer. This is what's going to have the retry here. And we're going to pretty much just do this everywhere. Now, the thing that we retry has to be a function. So let's specify this here. This dot retry options equals, put all of this here. Hey Mike, good to see you're not dead, Adam. Yeah, I'm glad to see it too, although I'm not totally sure why you said that. Alright, so this function is going to be this. It's got to be a function that returns a promise. And this returns a promise. And I have failed at something. What is this? What failed? And I don't know where any of these things are trying to get built. Here. Unexpected token on line 142. Right here? What? Oh, there's an extra parenthesis? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So that should have fixed that problem, right? Yeah, there. You look kind of dead at the usual time. Yeah. Can't imagine there was a notification about being late on May 10th. Okay, I think this is good. And I think we should do this everywhere. When we have too many failures here, we tell the overseer to terminate us. That way it gets a chance to update its data structures. So let's look for Bluebird retry and make sure this isn't happening anywhere else on the game server. So account server, game server has it in the package JSON, that's fine. The connection manager has it. Why is that? Oh, for what? Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. I know why that is. Okay, and then this has it too. Okay, that's fine. For all I know, you had an appointment with a hitman. EJ, an appointment with a hitman probably means you're hiring them, right? I don't think it means Adam's a better hitman. Okay, fine, yeah, that's what it means. Okay, so let's do this. So everywhere that we have this return request, let's change it out with this. And same thing here too. Get rid of that. Put this here. Put all this stuff down here. Tab it in. Now we try this stuff forever, and I'm going to write why. There. In fact, maybe we should just pass it a promise. Return, retry, and then the promise. I don't know. Wait. Did I say that? I don't know. I'd have to watch the VOD. Alright, this is where we run just rigged giveaways. No one will pay attention any longer. Okay. So retry options. All of the APIs in this class should be retried forever because how do I say this in an articulate way? Because there are only 2 failure cases. So 1, we go offline. This is handled by the overseer failing health checks on us. And then it knows how to alert any other relevant endpoints. And 2 is the overseer goes offline. This is handled by the infinite retry. That way we don't have to worry about the overseer managing the particulars of our state. Yeah. More embarrassment than more giveaways. Oh, cool. Pad acoustic. Yeah, I used to take. Let me see if I can show you this. I used to have people send me pictures of their setups, and I save them here. Let me see if I can find them. Ah, yes. The People's Setups folder. I have 4 of them. And I'm actually in some of these pictures too. See? Look at me. There I am. Hi, Adam. So yeah. I don't know what they were watching over here. Alright, nice. So this is good. This should work. You save people's pictures. Yeah, I thought it was a nice thing. I wouldn't keep it on my computer if they didn't want them there. I could just ask them. But I mean, they shared it with the stream originally. Anyone could have saved those pictures. And hey, Noob. And Wraithy. And Noob, you probably know Wraithy from this stream. Wraithy's been around for a long time. 320 hours. Pro Sam, oh god. Next time I clean my desk, I'll send a picture. If this were the Hearthstone subreddit, I'd type this. I can send you one once I'm finished. You don't have to. I'm always just curious what other people's workstations are. Okay, so let's check this in. This fixes that problem, and then I need to document this. The documentation is going to take like half an hour at least. Yeah, so we got rid of the retry out of here. And we put it into here. We could have a back off here. I don't think it really matters too much. There aren't going to be that many notifications that collect up. It's going to be about that long till I clean my desk. Oh, wow, Wraithy. Well, not much has changed. Okay, so the Overseer REST client now retries all of its requests so that we can handle momentary outages without having to keep track of extra state on the Overseer. Okay. I think 4 monitors is only helpful if you have them in a square configuration. What is this? It's not needed, right? Yeah, because I had 3 monitors once in a linear configuration, and it might as well have been unusable. I mean, it wasn't really, but you're only ever really looking at 2 monitors at once, since you're not going to turn your head like this all day. Six monitors? Like, I just don't even understand the point. I guess if you were playing a game that used all 6, okay, that's fine. But if you're doing any kind of normal work, I don't know if you can use more than 4. Okay, so this is done. So now it's all about documenting everything. Alright, so this is done. If the game server is reserved and is told about who it's reserved for, but no one ever joins, you may want to contact the overseer and correct the bad state. This is kind of a weird thing. If a game server is reserved, and actually this would have caught an error earlier. If a game server is reserved, and then no one out of the 6 people ever joins it, we might want to log an error saying, like, this really shouldn't happen. It is possible, and it's possible even without being malicious. Just 6 people coincidentally hit join game and then close their browser, so they'll never join the game. And it's not like a critical error or something, but in the majority of the cases where that happens, it's probably a critical error. What, EJ? Oh, you're saying what you'd use the monitors for. Code console, debugger, preview, docs, miscellaneous research. Yeah. Yeah. And wait, Dan says, I have a pic on my phone. If you give me your email, I can send a pic. Well, okay, if you were only wanted to email it to me, I probably, like, I would give you my email address, but then I probably wouldn't end up saving it on my computer. I mean, I might as well just give you my email address. Hey, Kelsey. Someone else just showed up too. Oh, Varu. Hey. Is an ultra-wide monitor worth it? I don't know. I don't think I could live without 2 monitors, but an ultra-wide one might make it so that you don't have enough money to buy a second one, right? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do this. This means the master matchmaker failed and replication didn't work. In that case, the players would just reconnect and be told that they're not in a game. Or, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's correct. Our game servers reserved. No, that's not even true. I don't think this is even a problem anymore. This is a problem anymore. That's done. That's done. So increase the frequency of heartbeats to game servers. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Right now, heartbeats happen every 60 seconds. Let's make them every 15 seconds. There. Adam, what was your first pet's name and your high school mascot? Coincidentally enough, they're both the same as my mother's maiden name. Alright. So increase the frequency of heartbeats to the game servers. That's done. When a game server instance crashes, yep, that's done. Heartbeats returning the important state information. That's not done. Nothing really to do there, I guess. It could have that happen. I don't want to have to return a bunch of objects for the overseer to process yet, till I determine that it's necessary. Store any important state in the database. Something you need to know about which players are in which game server. Currently, that's the matchmaker. Yeah, I don't know about this either. Like, I could save this. It'd make replication probably a lot easier. But I'm not too concerned. I'm not too concerned about putting matchmaker information into a database. The only thing that happens when a matchmaker fails is either one, a player can join a second game if they want, and then would be unable to reconnect. Or well, that's it. A player is unable to reconnect to their current game. And 3 is... Actually, that's it, right? Those are the only two things. Player can join a second game, and the player is unable to reconnect to their current game. And that's what happens... Oh, yeah, and the player loses their spot in the queue. The player loses their spot in the queue. None of these are big enough problems for me to really care. Like, a player joining a second game, you won't even realize that you can do this, and you won't be trying to do it, and the client won't let you do it. So you would need to... You'd either need extra information or you need to be trying to exploit the system. And even then, this doesn't gain you anything. So what? You join a second game when there's a critical failure in the infrastructure. That's fine. The second one here. Unable to reconnect to their current game. This is a minor problem. But it happened because of a crash. So, like, if there are some issues because of a crash, that's okay. And what would happen here is you might get a loss that shouldn't have been a loss. But... like, what are you going to do? And then this one, this should be really minor. If there are lots of players in botland, the max queue length should be like 3 or 4 seconds anyway. So if you lost your spot in the queue and you had to wait another 3 or 4 seconds, then fine. So like I said, all these are pretty minor. I'm probably going to document these too. So if a heartbeat fails on a game server, tell the matchmaker the IP address of it. Yep, so we're done with that. Once game servers are being queried more frequently, I can get rid of the entire flow that involves terminate self via overseer instead. So just end this. Yeah, so I don't think I can do that because of this situation here. If a game server never registered itself, then... yeah, I don't think I can get rid of this. I'm going to cancel this. I'm leaving this in for the sake of the scenario described above. Okay, let's just go take a look and make sure that that's correct. What's this? Problem. Something in the infrastructure can fail. I'm going to put all this into one file. We're going to eventually file this away. This is going to take, like I said, probably about an hour to do. And it's not going to be fun. But what are you going to do? Gotta get this stuff ready. So here it is. When we have too many worker failures, we call into the overseer and say, you need to terminate us. And we also mark our own state here. Okay, and we might reach the maximum without ever having initialized ourselves. This may happen even before we've registered ourselves with the overseer in the case that workers fail on startup. Yeah. Botland queue master. Hey, Anonymous. Okay. So, okay, we call into this, and then what do we do here? Terminate API is terminate game server. So let's go check this out over here. And this comes from, where is it? Here. This calls in a game server cluster max failures hit. This is called when a game server cluster has too many problems with its worker processes. So we call into this, we send to 200. This is not even true. The game server will already have marked itself for eventual termination. Marks itself as terminate when finished. What's the going rate for a point these days? Man, it's the update scenarios and replication. Those are the last things to work through, and account registration. Man, was that all part of the today task? Adam is continuing to work on the infrastructure, account registration, allowing critical endpoints to be deployed, or yeah, upgraded. Yep, that's it. All right, well, let's run one more giveaway. This is not an embarrassment giveaway. It's just a regular one. Okay, so if the game server endpoint existed, marking them for deferred termination because it hit that many failures. Great, that's perfect. Then we just return and we update. Now, if we couldn't do that, likely means that it failed before it was able to register with us. We'll have to look up the instance ID in the database. So we get server by host address and port. Now utilize this game server info. This is a critical error too, yeah. We only check the existence of this due to the return null above. So we get the instance ID, and then we call terminate instances. Any of this stuff fails, yeah, we're done. But okay, this should work. Is BotLad your bot? Yeah, it is. And it just whispered you. So you can click that link. That should be totally fine. We're not done for the day. We're far from done. Does anyone else remember fancy giveaways? Yeah. Wait, Galactic Flash, how long have you been here for? Yeah, 70 hours. Did you never win a giveaway? Huh. Weird. Okay, all that code is fine. When starting a game server cluster, make sure the cluster is marking some extra state so it's more resilient to failures. I don't know what I meant by this, really. This isn't even just for the case where the overseer has the wrong information. It's also for if a game doesn't get started correctly. And you make sure that the cluster master makes sure to get ready for game or running game at the right intervals. It's possible that a game server instance just fails and send them finish message. Then we'll never schedule games on that instance again. We should count these as errors. What did I do to account for this? I think I said we'll throw an exception in that case. No, Galactic Flash. I know you won one just now. I'm just saying. Never mind. I don't think it matters too much. Yeah, so this could be accounted for on the game server cluster. I think I'm just going to mark this as canceled. This isn't a bad idea to do as a safeguard. Something else I should be able to query in the system, which I can't do right now. Let's take a look at what I can query. Let's go restart all these things. Why does Control-C not work? I was typing C. Got a message to control your lights now. I won one for a botland a while back. Oh, cool. Okay. Wow, Galactic Flash. Yeah, those were a long time ago, huh? Whoops. This is bad. This is really bad. Bad. That retry that I had. Oh, no. Register with overseer dot then. Can't call then of undefined. That's coming from... Oh, no. Alright, I don't know. I have a feeling it's going from here, which means... man. All game servers are finished initializing. Let's go take a look at that. all, whoops, where is this coming from? Here. All game servers are finished. This dot register with overseer. Yeah, so this must not be returning the right thing. But how? Return retry that returns a request. It's a function that returns a promise. And yeah, what's wrong here? What is wrong here? What's going on? Okay, let's take a look at this code. So register with overseer. Oh, what's this? Promise not resolved. I forgot to return that, didn't I? Is that what happened? I just need to call return from here? No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Alright, let's just do this. Console.log this.register with overseer. What does that return? Undefined. What? Oh, right. That's right. This function shouldn't even exist. Yeah, it's this. Okay, why do these two exist? That's a good question. Register with overseer, then set state, register with overseer. False. Attempting to register with the overseer. Yeah. Okay, problem solved. That took longer than I wanted it to. Okay, so when I connect, I had joined game. Can I tell that I'm on a certain server? Like, that would probably be helpful to do. Get queue status. This has... Yeah, maybe I want to do, like, get games that are being played. And then find out who is where. Hey, Afflicto. I never see you type in chat, but you're here, like, all the time. And hey, ConCon1. Okay, I think I should code an API that does this. Where's the rest of this? So this is documentation stuff, right? Fix to do item, etc. So make a get/games API on the administrative REST server that shows who is in which games. Ideally, it would show account names as well as IDs, but that would involve looking them up in the database. We don't even have that information. Well, we have that information. And no problem, Afflicto. No, you can continue to lurk. I don't want to, like, pull you out of lurking. You can get games API on the administrative REST server, which shows who's in which games. Ideally, it would show account names as well as IDs. If I wanted to get account names, I'd have to potentially look up, like, hundreds of things in the database. So I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think we write that. You must have only one tab open. The overseer monitor every server or every server. Is this like a trick question about asterisks? No, you use the same symbol. Wait, you typed the same thing twice. Document what dragged them out. We need to document this one out. No, he dragged it, or he or she dragged themselves out. They just had points. Oh, man. I don't think there's anything to document there. Wait, did someone else? No, that's it. No, there's nothing to document. In World of Stee. Thanks for following. I'm trying to see if I'm parsing that name wrong. That was not meant to be a quick server. Every service or every server? Oh. It's really every server. I mean, I guess you could also say it's a service, but the only real difference between a server and a service for me is when it comes to game server clusters. So a game server cluster is one VM, but it runs multiple game server instances on it. Multiple processes. So I guess if you said that this was a service and this is the server, then it's multiple. It's looking over everything, really. Adam's just try out Linux for a month. He'll never switch back. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So there's the documentation features. Make sure endpoint monitor assigns a state to a game server cluster where it knows not to schedule more games. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of documentation update. I'm going to save that for the last thing before lunch, probably. I'm going to get this done first. And then that solution, that's fine, that's fine. Track usage rate. Against version automatically. That's the above. Client errors or use EBS volumes. Figuring out what? Where is all this? Answer me. I never handle the update or update situation. I'm not hesitant to switch editors. I just don't have the time to put into switching correctly. Okay, so make a get games API in the administrative REST server that shows who's in which games. So admin REST server should have a games check, and it is get matchmaker list matchmaker games. All right, let's do that. And Jabroni Bacon, thanks for following. It's actually not list, is it? It's just get. Yeah. Get IP addresses, ports, and player IDs of all games being played. The IP addresses are of the game servers, not of the players. Tried to do the migration without losing the stream, stepped on a power cord. Yeah. So there's, how do I show you guys this? If I go into bot.land and I click YouTube, actually I might be signed into the wrong account. Hang on a second. Yeah, I am signed into the wrong account. So there's a playlist I have called Not Really Botland. I'll link this into chat. But anyway, when I was building a new computer, the reason why this is split into two parts is because at one point I needed to turn off the power to my computer, obviously, for, changing power supplies. And I just turned off the entire power strip, which was connected to the router. So I shut off my internet and then the stream stopped. Also, I'm like 40% sure I want to quit Hearthstone. I don't think that game is worthwhile to play anymore. Its IP addresses, ports, and player. Yeah, great. Okay, cool. So endpoint monitor. See, this is what's really annoying. A lot of these things are wrappers in the endpoint monitor around just getting the master matchmaker and then doing something. I think I'm just going to make a function called get master matchmaker. Oh, but then I need the REST client as well. Oh, I don't know. I don't like this. Game summary. Yeah, fine. Hey, Kamuffle. I'm doing well. You're on a pretty good day streak. Although there's no way of me knowing that. Oops, that's not even what I wanted to do. I wanted to check your time. Yeah, 6 hours. In HS rank, oh, I don't go for rank. I'm probably like rank 20 right now. I play decks that I think are fun. But the problem is it hasn't been very fun lately. It's felt more like a job, and every time that happens, I think it's time to quit a game. So we get the master matchmaker. No master matchmaker exists. Then we do get matchmaker games. How's your day streak? You're a moderator. So there's a REST client on the Overseer that does get matchmaker queue statistics. We will just call this with the endpoint and just do these things. So we're gonna get games, get normal timeout. Yep, there, that's perfect. Okay, then finally on the matchmaker REST server, we have get statistics. We're gonna say get matchmaker, get games, I guess. And this is gonna be, where's the statistics bit? Here it is. I guess we'll call this get games. Get game servers maybe? Game servers. Yeah, let's do that. That's pretty reasonable, right? Actually, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll quit Hearthstone. I'll take up Factorio. I'll stream myself playing Factorio. Everyone will shut up about me playing games. And then we'll go back to Super Mario 64. And I'll just bother everybody again with my 4-hour speedruns. It's the perfect plan. Okay, so get games servers, I guess we say. It doesn't really matter. Get games, get, how do I say this? Get game statistics, get game server details. I don't play Factorio, no. He said it, so it has to happen. How about Quake 3? Hey, Carm. Wait, why did you suggest Quake 3? Do I know you? Hang on, I'm busy looking at your profile. No, it doesn't look like I know you. There was one time a while ago when I found out a friend of mine played Quake 3 and I'm like, oh, we should play sometime. And he like totally stomped me. And for a second there, I thought, what a strange suggestion because nobody suggests Quake 3 anymore. I thought maybe you were that person. But no. Yeah, Quake 3 would probably be fun for a little bit. Adam stalking his viewers. Oh yeah, clicking their profile and looking at their profile picture. That's really stalking my viewers. Trying to get people to play the past couple weeks. Yeah. Okay, so let's go into MMQ and get game server details. So we want to return a whole bunch of stuff. We want to go through all the players we have who are in a game, and we want to get what game server they're on. This object is probably going to be very large. Yeah. Well, Carm, I probably won't be joining. I'm very bad at first-person shooters. The only Quake 3 I ever really played was an all railguns match, and it was fun. But yeah, whenever the like clans or whatever they were called back then, whenever they would join, they'd destroy me. Okay, so we can iterate over all players and get all the information we need here. Let's do that. Where do I do this? Not there. Wait, what? How? No, something's wrong here. Player ID? No. Let player ID. Why does that not exist here? What? Something's weird. Const player ID. Oh, that's why. Fine. Details obj. So we want to just say every player who's in a game, details, obj. No, this is a bad idea. We'll list it by game server maybe. Yeah, let's get the IP address. IP address equals player in game. We have an IP address here, right? Yeah, get IP address and port. Port const ID equals IP address port. If not util.exist details object. No, what am I doing? Details object ID. Then details object ID equals a new array. And then we simply push that player onto it, player ID. And then we return everything. Can we with points buy a Factorio stream? What, Surfing Ninjas? Can you buy a Factorio stream with your points? I need to buy the game first. How much is the game? It's $20, right? Factorio game. Buy game. Yeah, it hasn't changed. It's $22. Yeah. Okay, let's try this out. So I gotta restart the matchmaker. I gotta restart pretty much everything. I might try it out someday. I need the time. And honestly, the problem with playing games on stream for me is that I don't think it's like a very relaxing thing. I think Minecraft was a little bit different because there's no sort of competition or expectation to perform well in that. It's mostly just make crazy structures in the sky. But Factorio, I don't know. We'll have to see how this all works. So I have get health summary here and I have get MMQ status. Let's duplicate this and edit it so that it's get game servers. And we're going to post to just, I guess, games here. And then save this and send. Error not found. Okay. What did I call this? Get matchmaker games. It's just slash games. And I typed slash games here. Did I not restart something? Something weird is happening. Did I? No, weird. Yeah, what's going on? Get matchmaker games. Right here. No master matchmaker exists? Is that what was happening? I'm not getting an... Wait, error not found. Oh, that means that I'm calling the wrong API. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Okay, the REST client here is calling games. It's game servers. There. Let me just restart this. No, I still might try it out someday. I'm not sure though. Play a relaxing game then? You don't need to speedrun? Man, I think I've just been like at too high a stress level lately because I don't think any games have been like fun for me to play. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit join game here. It should put us into a game. It didn't, probably because it thinks there are no game servers. So let's go start up a game server again. That should put us into a game. Good. Now when we hit send here, we get this information. So on localhost port 3003, player 1 is in the game. And that's it. So now if I were to start up, if I start up another game, whoops, no, I can't do that. Darn it. I just disconnected this, didn't I? Closing this session, so this shouldn't work, right? Yeah. All right, if I start up another game with Adam 2 and then hit send, we get back that. Okay, cool. So yeah, this could be helpful. If I want to know, like, hey, what game is Adam in? Then I could check that. We should probably have this return who's waiting for the queue. I don't think I have that, do I? What about tic-tac-toe? And yeah, playing games with viewers I think is a decent thing. I played Minecraft and I had a lot of fun. The problem was that like general interest level, it started pretty high and then just dropped. How about, what is this, Carm LinkedIn? The Long Dark. Thoughtful exploration survival experience. I've heard good things about this game. Yeah, maybe I'll have to check this out too. Is this scary at all? I don't play scary games. Is this scary? How about Minecraft with mods? Yeah, I could do that too. Mr. Cordell, thanks for following. Okay, so I think I want make an API that will let me see who's in the matchmaking queue. Because I don't think I have a way of doing this right now. Although, for all I know, I do. And I just can't see it unless someone's actually in the queue. So let's just restart this. That'll boot these players from their games. And then we hit connect and join. And now when I hit send here, it says players in queue 1. Okay, so it doesn't tell me who's in the queue. But that's actually pretty simple to do. So let's just return that. In fact, this should be pretty easy. Get statistics, summary object. Num players in queue, all wait times, num wait times. Thing is, I don't know. We have to get the IDs of all players who are in the queue. Okay, so let me put this here. What do we have? Get game server details. And we only care about the players who are in the queue, but we know who's in the queue because they're identified by their wait times. So all we can say is player IDs in queue is this dot wait time list dot join comma. And just by putting that there, this should work. Let's try this out. So I hit send, and now it says player IDs in queue, nobody. Well, that's a problem. What's wait time list then? Does it not think I'm in the queue right now? No, it doesn't. Oh, that's weird. I have to join game. Huh. Oh, now it kind of works, but it did toString. I don't like this. Like, this is sort of nice, I guess, that it's saying their ID and their skill level here. No, maybe that's nice. No, this will get to be too much, I think, because if there's like 300 people in the queue, how many characters would this be? Let's say we had a 5-digit. It's 46 characters. We could just cap the string in a certain length. I don't think that's a good idea. Thorax says, life in the woods is awesome. Playing a game of Type Racer. It may have a jump or two. I only played the demo. Huh. Okay. String, I think, of 2G. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I called a toString on this. Let me go back to here. Wait timelist.join. This joins it with their toString. I guess I just want their IDs. So let's get const player. So we need to go through all of the players in the queue. They're going to be players. And we want to get just their IDs. So underscore dot map this dot wait time list ID dot join comma. That should be fine. Let's try that out. So now I need to rejoin the queue because it's going to say that no one's in there right now. Internal server error. Ha. Can't do things that way. Player IDs in queue is not defined. How did that happen? Player IDs in queue. Players IDs in queue. What's going on? No master matchmaker? What? Oh, that shouldn't be possible. What is this? Removing master matchmaker. Added an endpoint, master matchmaker. And then health check failed. Wait, this registered and then failed health checks. That's not right. Oh, this is that timeout issue. I can't restart matchmakers that fast. I have to like wait a second and then restart them. And then there, everything worked. Okay, great. So now let's try this again. And yeah, BioAim, that will work. Okay, check it out. Players in queue 2. Well, player IDs in queue 2. So if I have another player join the queue, well, then it would put me into a game. So I guess the first thing I need to do is this. Go set this to like 6. Then restart this, and let's just manually add them. There's no reason to go through the UI for this. Let's just say add user to queue 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's put player ID 6 into the queue as well. Okay, so now when we say get game servers, we have, oh my god. That's not possible. I don't know how this is even getting things. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. So 1, 5, 15, 35. There, that's great. Get queue status. 1, 5, 15, 35. Okay, so now we know which players are waiting for a game. And if I added another couple, let's do this. So let's add 2 and 3. So now there should be a game server running all of them. There isn't. Oh, because there are no game servers online. Okay, so check this out. We do this, and now the players in the queue get out of the queue, and they get into a game. And the game they get into is on my machine. Looks good. I like it. This is ridiculous. But I think people who don't know PHP or who don't know programming very well would probably say, what's the matter with that? Why is that a problem? Oh, whoops, this was a bug fix. And a comment change as well. Fixed the bug where I wasn't returning a promise from an API from a certain API. Now, that API should probably be marked as returning a promise. This one is. This one is not. And wait, what? No, this one never should have been. It was this one. Yes, got it. Okay, great. So let's check that in, push, and then check this in, and then it's all about documentation. It's finally time. Put it off for as long as I could. MMQ, get game server details. So this is just a debug function mostly that is also accessible via REST API that will tell you which player IDs are in which games, where games are identified by IP plus port. And this returns just an object. Yeah, cool. So we go through, this is pretty simple. Get everyone who's in a game, get the IP and port of the game, just keep building up an object that has all those players. And so and this is what the output looks like. So if I were to add a bunch of users to the queue again, Like I put in 100. There. So now all those players should be in a new game. Yep, there they are. And when that game ends, they will get removed from here. In fact, let's terminate the game server. Now, health checks are running every 15 seconds. So within 30 seconds, we'll come back to this actually. We'll come back. This should fail. And then we'll make sure that they were removed from the matchmaker. Because as far as the matchmaker is concerned, these players are still in this game. Because it doesn't know about the failure yet. But there's the first health check that failed. And now we just got to wait one more. And we should see it. This is fine. The name is not great, but it's okay. Get matchmaker games and endpoint monitor. Asks the matchmaker to list all of the game servers and who is playing on each one. This returns a promise. Okay, so at this point, it should have been 30 seconds, right? Yep, we removed the game server. So now I hit send here, we should see nothing. Perfect. There are no game servers. There should be no one in the queue. None players in queue 0. And we have all the statistics on this. Someone had to wait 27 seconds to get into a game. And we generated 2 games. We know how many of these things failed. The health summary overall. We have no game servers running. We have no account servers running either. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, looks good. Not really worth commenting, I think. Yep, alright, good. So, added an API so that the matchmaker can report who is playing on which games. I also changed an API so that we can see which player IDs are currently in the queue. Now let's just do this. And if this succeeds, yeah, great. Then we'll check this in, we'll push the code, move on to documentation. Then afterward, we'll either tackle account registration or the update process. And both are really important. And the question is just which one do I think is worth tackling first? Okay, so we gotta document all of that. What's this? It's fine, delete. I just updated the existing API. Okay, so it's just this stuff. Let's copy paste this over to here. Once this entire thing is empty and we've looked over all the documentation, then we're technically done. So we don't need to mark that as done yet. Yeah. Okay, so let's start going through this. This is all going to take place over here in DevOps flow. I really should look over everything. So document flow of how the cluster master, the overseer, and the matchmaker all get updated after a game is finished running. So okay, let's start with that. So where do we have this here? Replication, startup flow, adding user, forming a game, finishing a game. Incomplete, 5/3/2016. Yeah, so let's put last updated. A game server instance finishes a game and tells the cluster to tell the overseer that it got done. That it is done. The overseer will mark that there's one more game server instance available on that cluster. Yeah, this is very incomplete. Let's go find out exactly what happens here. And I already generally know how some of it works in my head, but we need to know for sure. This is called when a game naturally finishes. I think this is called via PubSub. Yes. Okay, so a game server instances publishes out a, what's the message called? Yeah. To the connection manager. The connection manager does a process.send on game finished, which is this topic here. To the cluster master. Then the cluster master listens for that and simply calls into finished running game on the overseer. That's it. And then it sends the number of ready game servers, the player IDs, what? So that we know how to free them up, I guess? Yeah, but we shouldn't need to do that because we know when something was terminated. We could just send the IP address and port at that point. Huh, never thought about that. Yeah, I'll just write a note. It doesn't need to work that way. So the cluster master calls into the overseer with the numReady game servers. I don't think this is complete. When we... Oh, this can't work. How do we know how many are in use then? Num running. We don't have this information, do we? Right here, when we register, we say num ready and num total. How does the number of running game servers get updated? Finished with a game. Right here. Modify the number of ready game servers by 1. So we don't even use the number of ready games. We don't use this anywhere, do we? Wow. We use it just for logging. Yeah, that's a mistake. We shouldn't even send it if we're just using it for logging. Yeah. Yeah, there's no point in this. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And then over here too, get rid of this. Get rid of this. And then the number of ready game servers. We can... Tell the matchmaker that these players are no longer in a game. Look at the endpoint. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about this. Game server just finished running on that. Let's just put a period here and delete this line. Okay. Yeah, so then if we're not reading it on the server side, there's no reason to send it on the client side. So that's gone. And then let's just document that. All right, great. So cluster master calls into that with the IDs with the port of the game server instance that just finished, and also the player IDs that can now be freed up. So I'll say, note, we could just send the port and call into... So the matchmaker has a function called game server terminated. Yeah. Matchmaker, so that we don't have to send the player IDs. But since we have the information, since we have player IDs, we may as well just directly send those. We could, I'll say it could also have only sent the port and then called matchmaker, so we don't have to send the player IDs. Yeah, okay, cool. So we do this. Okay, then what happens? So we're calling into... It calls in the overseer with a port. Okay, so the overseer API that we call into is here. We gotta delete that line too, which is finished game. Okay, finished game. So here we go. That calls into here. That calls into the endpoint monitor. And that should be, yep, right here. Great, cool. So we tell the matchmaker The overseer tells the matchmaker that those players are no longer in a game. That way they're free to join another game. Now if this fails, all I have is a to-do comment here, and then those players are going to be stuck in a game possibly forever. And that's where, what kind of backup do we have for this? Pretty much nothing. Yeah. So I should really fix these to-do items. Game server endpoint. And if the game server endpoint exists, which it should exist, otherwise it failed between now and then. So the only way this could really be possible is if health checks failed between reporting that the game was finished and getting is if health checks failed actually, yeah. Which is really unlikely, which is very unlikely, but if that did happen, then we don't have to worry about updating the number of ready game servers, since the instance likely crashed. Okay, great. Also, the overseer updates the game server cluster to reflect that one more game can now be run. And that's it. That's the flow. Okay, cool. So that's done. Document how the game server is immediately marked as available as soon as the game is finished. This means that players can no longer chat with others because their connections are destroyed. Oh yeah, that's true. Note, because the game server is immediately... Actually, how should I say this? Huh. When we say that we're finished running a game, the way that this really works is we get this pub sub message. Where is it? Finished game. I don't even know where. Game finished. Okay, so where does this get sent from? Here, and only here. So we say reset this, transition into post game. Where do we do this? Probably from the other subscribe. Yeah, game server. Stop game loop. I thought at some point we wiped out the players that were allowed to play. Maybe we do this here. Yeah, the connection manager disconnects all players and disallows them from joining again. The connection manager also disconnects all players and disallows them from joining again. This means that if players wanted to chat after a game was finished, they wouldn't be able to. Because because they're no longer connected. We could later, yeah, I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so that's been commented. Document how the client immediately goes back to the account screen so you don't have an opportunity to look at leaderboards. Yeah, that's a problem too. When you're disconnected, so this is coming from, here. We call disconnect on the players. And apparently, oh yeah, anyone who's attempting to connect will get disconnected. That's actually, it's a good idea to keep track of that. But right here, so this is the part on the client. Where does this happen? Probably socket interface. Disconnected from server. So that's here. We publish out a disconnected from server. How does this happen? No, this is wrong. We don't just tell them that the game ended? Maybe they know that themselves? When we disconnect, add chat message, you're disconnected. But chat's going to be hidden. I guess because the client knows the game ended. Game finished. Yeah, so the client has never sent a message. Okay. So note, the clients who were connected to the game will know that they've disconnected, and that will print to chat, which will soon be hidden. Because they know that the timer hit 0. This means that no message is sent from the connection manager, from the game server instance to the clients to indicate that the game is over. And then after that happens, we call game finished on the client. This goes back to the title screen. Yeah. The client uses this information to set up the title screen again, or equivalent again. Yeah. Okay, that's the whole flow. I think that's all been documented. Oh yeah, so this means that clients are not able to look at the leaderboards from the game that they were just in. That's almost definitely going to have to change at some point, but again, I just don't see this as very important for right now. This is the kind of thing where during beta, it's probably one of the first things people are going to say to us is, hey, I left the game for the last couple of minutes and I came back and I was on the title screen. I don't even know if I won the game. So we're going to have to change that. Yeah. I'll just write in the future. Well, that's going to be pretty obvious what we need to do in the future. So note, when a game server cluster enters the terminate when finished state, it will report to the overseer. Should that fail, the cluster will also report its state in its health checks. So this is the game server had too many failures. And I think that's the only place this happens. Yeah, it's right here. Reach maximum worker failures. Okay, so that's a game server thing. Update flow, startup flow. This is the crash flow. Okay. Update the update flow, which is broken now that clusters are a thing. Now, like I said, this is just going to be me documenting this stuff for probably still the next half hour at least. It's necessary for the game, but it's probably super boring to watch. There's nothing I can really do to improve this. If you are curious about what I'm talking about here, a lot of it is... Oh, did chat stop working for me a long time ago? That's why no one's been talking. Man, the last chat messages I have were from 21 minutes ago. Look at this. I thought everyone was just being quiet. Oh, man. But I tried typing something and I couldn't see it. All right, let's see what I missed. Actually, I got to show this. I got to do this off screen because I might have whispers. Yeah, I missed messages. Yeah, so I only have messages from 3 minutes ago. Anything from 11:21 to 11:39 I missed. Sorry guys. I don't know. Yeah, can someone just like paste bin the stuff that I missed from the last like 20 minutes? Alright, well, I guess I'll just run a giveaway. Adam, what if you had a global chat that was always active and available, and when a match ended, users could be moved to that chat? Yeah, something like that could be interesting eventually, and we might do that. But then the question is like, how do we support that? And what am I doing that at the cost of? All right, so what was the last thing I showed on screen? This stuff. Yeah, I saw this message. What? The one he's using to hit the REST API? Oh yeah, Postman. Yeah, and by the way, there's a Postman command. Reworking and updating commands wiki page, that's what I know? Okay. Maybe, whoa, what? This scrolls all the way to the side apparently. Probably should have. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Okay, this is like super hard to read this way. Let's just paste it into Sublime. I left off here. And hey, Wouter. Man, I'm sorry I missed all this. You think I would have realized sooner that, wait, chat's never quiet for 20 minutes. Oh, and you want me to run top 10? I'll do that too at the end of this. Adam's ignoring us again. No, something's usually wrong if I'm ignoring you. Notice me, senpai. Yeah, okay. And we got a bunch of these things. Oh, hey, Baked Raccoon. Continue Minecraft 3/5 chat interaction. Yeah, and then I saw everything after that, right? Okay, so let's do the top 10. No, I was gonna get. Oh man, I haven't gotten to it. All right, there's 2 to Echo for being nice. 1 to EJ. I'm actually giving out my own points at this point, and then I think MCS Mike also did it. And then we make it rain. There. And hey, Pokemon Master Chris. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Mine's Execute. I don't think anyone can spell the name of that Pokemon off the top of their head. No, wait, it's the evolved version of that. That one's just an omelet. Executor. Alright, top 75. There, done. Let's paste this and get back to whatever I was doing. What are you for tagging you thrice? It was an effort. I made it rain. Everybody got a point. Yeah, cool. Okay, so back to what I was doing here. This crash flow. So there are 2 cases in the crash flow that we need to document here. Okay, so when a game server cluster master realizes that a certain number of failures were hit at the time of writing 3 failures. The new starter Pokemon for Sun and Moon? Litten. Oh, neat. Huh. Is this for... So, I don't know how 3DS games are even sold any longer. Is this for like the original 3DS or the new one with the updated CPU? Because I have the old 3DS. Like the very old 3DS. Cool shaped keyboard. Yeah, I don't know where... thanks, Water. I don't know where Void Dreamer is. I don't know where he's been. He's probably busy. Finished. You can see it here. Nice. Nice. Save image as. Wow. Wow. There's like a whole bunch of tax documents that just showed up. Although it's just the file names. I'm just trying to make sure the file names aren't bad. Yeah, I think they're all fine. Yeah, okay. I don't know why the file names of tax documents would be bad. But let me save this. So, autonomous streams, people setups. There. Saved. It's for 3DS? Okay. Okay. Pump too many means into him. Yeah, that's what happens, Walter. So in a game server cluster master, it'll call into this, reach the maximum number of failures. It will only ever try contacting the overseer once about this, although that itself, like everything else that's done, is on an infinite retry loop. So we'll only ever try contacting the overseer once about this, albeit inside a retry loop. So it should successfully happen only once. And then it also sets its own state to terminate when finished. That way it will report this state in health checks, assuming it can never reach the overseer. That's actually not necessary. So note, setting its own state isn't necessary since I have the retry loop in place. The retry loop was added after I wrote the code for setting the state. What course did I take at college? Yeah, it was computer science. I mean, that doesn't talk about all of it, but that's some of it. Okay, so then once we call into the overseer, so I'll just say, and another note would be, the worker failures that we see may be during startup, and we only register with the overseer once we've successfully started all game server workers. So it's possible that we report that we've hit the maximum number of failures before we've even registered with the overseer. Okay, cool. So assuming we did register with the overseer, then we're going to call into the terminate game server API. So let's just take a look at that. That is here. This calls into this. This calls into the endpoint monitor. So this is hit on the overseer. So what does this do? We try finding the game server endpoint, and if we have it, we set its state and just update the state. So if we were already tracking the endpoint, meaning it was healthy up until this point, meaning it had registered with us. If we were already tracking the cluster, then we mark it terminate when finished. See below for the rest of the flow. If we were not tracking the cluster, meaning it didn't register with us or we otherwise don't have it in our data structures. Wait, let me test chat out and see if this is working. Okay, good. Yes. Good. Cool. So if we weren't tracking it, then we get its instance ID in the database and we terminate it. Yeah. Then we look up the instance ID of the cluster in the database and then terminate that cluster. Should any of this fail, we simply log errors for now. Okay, when a cluster is marked terminate when finished on the overseer, we'll wait for, how does this work? Terminate when finished. We'll stop scheduling games on it, and we'll also check to see whether it is still running games every time one finishes. As soon as it's no longer running games, we call fully terminate game server, right? Yeah. This will alert the matchmaker that the game server has terminated, although there should be no reason to do this, as there shouldn't have been any games running on it, meaning the matchmaker isn't tracking players on that server any longer. Okay. Alright, so that's done. When it's in the terminate when finished, it'll terminate when the overseer sees that. It'll report how many game servers things are running itself. So the only problem is if a game server instance doesn't report when it finished a game. But the only way for that to happen is if an exception is thrown to terminate the worker. Yeah, so this is what I need to run. So the cluster will report how many game servers it thinks are running. Will report in its health checks how many servers it thinks are running, how many instances it thinks are running. So the only problem is if a game server instance doesn't report that it finished a game, but the only way for that to happen should be if an exception is thrown, which will terminate the worker, which will no longer count as a running game. Okay, cool. There should still be a safeguard, and I haven't implemented it. Yeah. Yeah, and this is where it's like I just can't cover everything. If something happens, I just need a mechanism in place to be able to fix things. And at the very least, I could always just terminate game servers. And when I do that, yeah, it might not have the best effect, but it'll at least flush out the system. Okay. So update the flow that I documented as of 4/25/16. Can't search for 4/25 unless you put it in quotes. Seriously? Man, OneNote search. Alright, what's this? Adding a user to a queue. A player clicks the join game button. This calls into account server via MMQ to add them to the queue. Simply a proxy function for that. In that, we check to see if they're already in the queue, if they're already in a game, or if they're not being tracked at all. Okay, so let's figure out what the rest of this is. So when you call into the overseer, you're not even, what's going on here? Call into the account server, which is over here. Account server, add to queue. So you either get back a 200 or a 409 in most cases, that you're either already in the queue or you want to be added to the queue. And Control F works a little bit differently in OneNote. So let's say I wrote the word, I run to the mall, I was running to the mall, and I search for the word run. Or no, I search for the word running. It'll actually find run as well. Which, if, like, in some cases you want that to happen. You want it to search for all instances of the word because you don't necessarily remember what you typed. And OneNote is for writing notes. So like imagine you're using this for college or something and you don't remember, did I write running? Did I write ran? And so that's kind of nice, but it also makes it kind of annoying when you're trying to search for exactly something. Now let's delete that part about this. So the matchmaker sets its own, no, that wasn't what I was writing. It was this. Matchmaker's add to queue. We check to see if the user's already in the queue. If they're already in the game, they're not being tracked at all. Okay, we return. I don't really want to update this. I don't think it matters. We'll just look through this code again. So we'll just delete that for now. This stuff's done. Okay, so something in the infrastructure can fail and game server instances would never be tracked as finishing their games. I don't think I addressed this. Did I? No, I don't think I did address this. Man. What is this doing over here then? I marked this as done. Oh, if it crashed. If it was reserved. Well, it was reserved for no one ever joins. Yeah. Okay. No, EJ, I know that, but like the way that it works in Sublime, for example, if I have 425/2016 written out and I search for 4/25, it finds this, which is a part of this. If I search for that in here, in quotes, it doesn't find anything. I know for sure this exists because I'm looking at it right now on the screen right there. But instead you have to put the rest of it in quotes, because when you're searching by quotes, you're really searching by like word boundaries or something. It's weird. And yeah, Pokemon Master Chris, thanks for following. Yeah, with points, you were supposed to use points to play Botland, but I'm probably going to be removing that at some point. So now you only spend it to get onto my lunch screen. Okay, what else do I have here? So I really need to write down this stuff. If anything fails, what happens about this? So yeah, the only thing that happens when a matchmaker fails is this. So let's write a failure case here somewhere. Finishing a game, forming a game, finishing a game. Yeah. So let's write failure. Okay, so if a matchmaker fails, it has the secondary matchmaker that should take over. I don't currently save player information to the database with regards to who is on which server. The only things that would happen if a matchmaker failed are low priority. A player would be allowed to join a second game. A player would be unable to reconnect to their current game. And a player would lose their spot in the queue. Oh, see ya, Chris. This would be hard to even realize that you could exploit, since you'd have to leave the game you're in or write a custom client, and even then it doesn't really do anything for you. This is so reconnects should hopefully be rare, but even if they weren't, crashes should be rare. So the intersection of matchmakers crashing and players trying to reconnect should be small. And the player would lose their spot in the queue. Queue times ideally shouldn't exceed a few seconds. So making players rejoin it, not a big deal. And if it's more than a few seconds, then it means that there weren't enough players anyway. So either way, it doesn't matter. That's basically what I'm getting at. These problems are mitigated by just not mattering. In order for my system to work, I need to make sure that I don't allow game servers to be reserved that are currently in failed. Otherwise, it's possible that there's a race condition. Yeah, so that's not a problem. I need to write the thing about failed termination notices, though. That happens from the overseer. Let's write this in here. Startup, promotion to master, replication code flow. Terminating a game server. I'm just focusing on the part where the matchmaker is told about the termination. That way the matchmaker can free up the players who were in those games. Whoops. So this part is here, fully terminate. And I guess this is not a bullet point, but this is. So in this, whoops, darn it. Super annoying. I don't even know what just happened. In fully terminate game server, we call tell matchmaker about game server cluster termination. If the matchmaker can be reached, then it will go through all players and remove them from its data structures if they were in that game. Do you think being in charge of the whole project makes things easier in some way versus having someone send you a spec? Yeah, it definitely makes things easier. I was talking to my wife about this last night. I said, you know, part of what's so stressful about all this is that I'm coding like hundreds of lines of code every day. I don't have tests for them yet. Even if I had tests for them though, like how do I know that I'm accounting for every scenario? And she said, why don't you look into hiring other developers? And I said, okay, suppose I had the money to do that, which I don't. But suppose that I did. The amount of time it would take me to find someone who is trustworthy, because they'd have my code base, knows what they're doing, and then actually makes an impact. I'd have to like manage the person, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. I figured it's probably not worth the time it takes me. Like if I save, you know, tens of hours, then it'd be worth it. But the cost would be possibly a lot, and who knows what problems might arise. And then obviously there's the payment thing that I just glossed over in the beginning anyway. So yeah, I think a lot of things are made easier. But of course, if I had someone else working on this with me, I'd have more expertise, more people to share the responsibility. Yeah, where could you find someone like that? No, what I'm saying is, how would I... Well, the other thing is, she said, oh, why not get an intern then about the money problem? And I said, I don't know if interns in Washington can be unpaid for a job like this. Oh, God. EJ. I appreciate all the advice you gave me, but I haven't hired you or something. I'm saying that would be its own set of things. And you're busy with anthro class anyway. I'm now speaking for you. Yeah. So I think what I told her, I said in the meantime, I wrote that roadmap yesterday and I kind of took costing estimates. And it's just a matter of doing it, figuring out where the bugs are. Wouter, no, I know what you're doing. And that's fine. Let me think about this. I could probably make the bot say at the beginning of commands. I should probably do that. Make phantom bot link to the commands wiki at the beginning of commands. Also, I changed my top 10. Check this out. If I type top 10 and I type like every, for example, I made it now find that person and print out their time and their points. So that from my database, I can find everyone who, let's say, has Adam at the beginning of their name. And I'll find all the different Adams. And this one was surprising. I don't know who this is. Adam135311. Because I'm pretty sure that's not me. But yeah, this was pretty helpful. That way I don't need to go searching through the database. Wait, there's no AAAs, but are there any 00? There was one person yesterday who had 00 at the beginning of their name. Yeah. BRS Renovation. And they stayed for 5 minutes and then left. So sad. Okay, so what do we have here? So we call this, if the matchmaker can be reached, then it'll go through all players and remove them from the data structures if they were in that game. If the matchmaker can't be reached, then we save the failed notice to failed termination notices in the database. You spent time doing that, but you didn't add auto upload to BPaste? No, part of it is because if I host someone, I guess maybe this is like unfair or wrong of me to expect, but like at some point, I guess I'd expect them to at least like check out the stream. And I don't see that happening sometimes. And I think, like, why should I host that person? But to be fair, actually, like, hardly anyone checks out the stream of the people I hosted. In fact, I think it's actually no one has. Except for the people who were already in the stream first. Like, Horforia I hosted last night, but I only found him because he came to my stream first. And hey, Pure Photon, yeah, you type in points. Sorry, I didn't see that until just now. I mean, I can give you a helping hand for about 10 hours a week. Well, Patakuzik, I appreciate it, and I'll write this down because there are people who have made offers like this before. There is a lot to manage, and I haven't been. Darn it, where did I write this down? Stream and community offers. Okay, I'll write down coding. Yeah. I'll paste in a couple of snippets from here. Minecraft server. Oh yeah, Wowter was on this list too. What else do I have on here that was interesting? That's about it. That's the only thing I'm really willing to share with you guys. Because this was all public. The other things sometimes were via offers, like messages or something. Here we host Horforia again. I would like to host Horforia again. I didn't know that he was going to log off 2 minutes after I hosted him. And that's no problem. Like, that's fine. Alright, so it can't be reached. Every minute, the overseer will attempt to retry sending this notification. I could just use Bluebird retry for this, but then there's a chance that the overseer crashes and the secondary doesn't know to pick up the responsibility. After 5 minutes of retrying, the notification will be removed from the database so that it's no longer retried. What was he doing? He was playing Rocket League. But then he said he had to wake up early, at like 3 in the morning or something. And it was, what, like 5:20-ish or something at that time? I help during the evenings. Well, okay, so I guess the only thing I'm like definitely actively looking for help, and by help I mean paid help, is illustrators. We still need people working on the artwork of Botland. So if you are able to do this, let me know. And what I want from you is your portfolio, and then possibly for you to do like one piece of artwork that's in the style of the Botland art that we have. And then, yeah, we talk about rates and hours and whatever else. As for coding, like I said, I would have to share my code base out, and I don't feel good doing that. I need to send out a contract and everything else, and there's just a lot of time to put into that. Anyway, after 5 minutes of retrying, okay, so even if so if a game server instance if a game server cluster or instance if a game server instance is restarted by the cluster master, it will be assigned a brand new port. So there's no chance of us notifying the matchmaker that an instance failed that could later be healthy. That shouldn't be a problem. And yeah, thanks, EJ. No, I definitely I appreciate this stuff, and really just having people in chat here to kind of talk through problems sometimes, or you can just be present. That's all. Even if you're not typing, like that's fine. It keeps me more motivated than if I were just in this room on my own. Although I will say I've been very like yesterday, last 2 hours, I felt like my pace slowed to a crawl, and today I think that same thing's probably gonna happen. I think I've just been overworking myself lately. So game server instance is restarted by the cluster master to be assigned a brand new port. So there are still a couple of problems, and I'm masking some of them here. And if successful, I'll remove the row from failed termination notices. Well, ProSam, like I said, I'd hold off on that for a bit. I appreciate it. I think there's a lot to manage, and I don't know what I would put someone on. If the infrastructure, I probably have another week left of actual coding work, just a week. After that, it's all tests, which it's coding, but I don't consider that to be like the development process. So then once that's done, any problems that arise, any restructuring, refactoring, any of that, I think I'd be able to get through, and it wouldn't be so bad. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can I have executive producer credit? Yeah, of course, Mike. Yeah. I think you've done a lot claiming that the giveaways are rigged, even when you win them. That really helped me through rough times. Here are some feel-good points for everybody. Kind of doing TTD backwards. Yeah. Okay, so players join the queue, crash in the secondary, the overseer hasn't, so tries to notify this. Because DNS is still pointing the dead matchmaker. Okay, so terminating a game server. So let's see. Telling the matchmaker about what? Yeah, about finished games or terminated game servers. So we call this from one of two places. So we call this when either a cluster or just a single instance is finished with a game or has terminated. If a matchmaker can be reached, it'll go through all players and remove them from its data structures if they were in that game cluster / instance. The matchmaker can't be reached. We save the failed notification. The failure notifications details to that in the database. Every minute it'll try. Yeah, so the scenario we're protecting against Konami. And Wouter, I shall give you 3 points for this. So the scenario we're protecting against is this. Is players join the MMQ, they're placed onto a game at 1, 2, 3, 4. The game at 1, 2, 3, 4 crashes, or even the entire cluster fails or goes offline. Enigma says, do you get any money for developing this game? No, I don't get any money from any part of this, actually. So some people might think, oh, I watched an ad on Twitch. Did Adam get like a fraction of a penny? No, I did not. I don't get money from YouTube. I don't get money from any source right now. Train some date at which you can leave the bot on so I can document it without bothering chat. Dodgers is kind of an intern already. Yeah. Yeah, and Enigma, a lot of people offered to donate money before, and I've said, really I just want to entertain people right now by sharing the development process with them. If you want to spend money, when the game is out eventually, there will be a way for you to spend money. And possibly even before then if I can't fund the servers. But I'm not sure. You think you're better than me, Jay? I'm always one step ahead of you. Alright, so this crashes. The matchmaker coincidentally also crashed. Just tries to notify this. Notification fails. The overseer. Yeah. So 5, if the overseer didn't do what was listed below, where it saves to the database, then the players who were in that game would never be unstuck from the game. Why did that say Ballambot when trying to time out EJ? I mean, I'm not really gonna let you keep those 3 points. Oh, what do you want to do after this game is finished? Well, so I'd ideally like this game to not be finished for the next like 5 years, and for me to just keep supporting it, adding features, like making it as good as it can possibly be. But that's in the massive success case. So there's Botland success. It'd be like I think about 5 years, something like that. Botland failure would be probably determined at the very beginning of like January 2018. And in this case, I would probably take a month or 2 off. Like this is probably the hardest I've ever worked in my entire life. So I'd probably take some time off, and then I would, I don't know, figure out what I'd do. I would probably be a very broken man in this case. I put a lot of time and effort into this, and I totally recognize that that is not what makes a company successful. There's a lot of luck, there's a lot of marketing, there's just a whole lot of things. And I plan on utilizing all the resources I have. It's just like this is my one shot at this in my lifetime. And I got to make the best of it. And that's why I've been trying to work a ton. And I think I'm hurting myself as a result. How's this sorting? Points help. I don't know. Some of these are a little bit strange. Like putting VODs into social, I think is a little unusual. Also, some of these are mistyped. Like Horforia, for example. And wait, fire. What is fire? Oh, that's what it is. Jeez, even I don't remember that. What did I miss in chat? Okay. Alright, I think all this is documented. So, let's see. Overseer starts and sees there are no game servers. It should be able to provision some. There should be a provision in place to make sure we don't do something like check for game servers every second and spawn them if they don't exist. Yeah, okay. So this is going to be done. It's not totally done yet. Overseer does a health check on an existing game server, sees that it's ready for a game, but that it's not up to date. It should be able to update it. Yeah, that's not done yet. A game server registered itself, but then runs into a restart loop for some reason. Yeah, that's covered. It will... Wait a second. Yeah, we'll terminate it. Okay, yeah. Game servers are running, but then the overseers crash. How does a game server eventually register itself again? It doesn't, but that's covered by that database that I have. So master overseer tells AWS to provision a game server, then the master crashes, the secondary needs to know. Yeah, that's the database that I have too. So this is the only thing that I still need to account for. Did I have any code that I changed? I don't think so. What's this? What is this? Oh yeah, no, I do have code that I changed. Okay, we gotta write this down. Possible health checks fail. Yeah, okay, so got rid of this. Game servers in the finish running game something or other. Finish running game flow. Because this information was only being used for logging purposes. So we need to check this in two places. There we go. Cool. So check that in. And then check this one in as well. Yeah, and this is a very minor thing. There we go. You know what I should do? I should bind a button on my mouse that's Control-C so that I can close servers more easily. Let's change what makes the most sense. Yeah, let's change this one. There, done. Okay, so now if I have a process running and I hit that on my mouse, yeah, there we go. I can also use it to copy text. Copy, paste. Cool. Wait, what? Don't time people out. Wouter. Not for that, at least. What happened in chat? What did happen in chat? How did I miss this? I don't see the part where... Excuse me. Huh. Can I, like, untime him out? I don't know. And Dorn, if you can't type right now, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about it. If you were banned, though, let me know, because I can unban you. And I guess you'd have to let me know via Twitch message. Or make a new account. Or Wouter, you could just fix whatever you did. Didn't excuse me. I jokingly said he'd be timed out for not excusing me. Okay, got it. You were banned from talking for 524 more seconds. He's not banned, trying to revert it. Alright, I'm sorry, Endorn. Here's a point for your troubles. And Ken, thanks for following. You can... Okay, entity? I don't know. Unban Endorn? Oh, is that all I have to do? What? I can't press enter on this message. Oh, there we go. No longer banned. Okay. Should work now, Endorn. Hey, Drizzer. Hi from America. Okay, cool. You can type again. All right, so then here's what I got to do. There are like 3 major tasks left. One is account registration flow, the final stuff. Then there's game server provisioning. Oh man, what's wrong with me? And then there is update flow for the overseer, the matchmaker, and the game server. Well, I unbanned him. before you did that, Wouter, but whatever. Okay, so what is the account registration flow? Where did I write that down? Because I think that would be the most useful thing to do right now. It's a lot of work. At registration time, users need to provide a unique email address, unique username, and a password. So that's already done. After registering, they're immediately logged in and ready to play. All right, let's keep track of all this over here for right now. Hello from Denmark. Wait, what? What is the 3 for? Should I call you unknown? Should I learn how to pronounce it? Process. Okay, so registration time. So this is done. Let's change all these into... What? What's going on there? That was weird. Let's change all of these into this, and then we'll just mark X's in here. So there we go. Users are emailed a verification link to their email address. Without verifying, they'll be unable to make real money purchases in the game. Yeah, that's obviously not done. After 3 days of not verifying, they'll be unable to log in unless they verify. The verification link can be resent. Users' passwords can always be reset via email. This takes you through a special flow on the client. Users can log in either with their username or email address. Yeah, that's not done either. These pieces of information will likely be saved somehow to local storage. Users have no way of changing their username or email address. So I guess that's technically already done too. Okay, I hate their axe. So these are done. So these are the only things that I need to do. Emailing a verification link. I have the ability to send emails out. And I guess I need to write this down. Before I launch, I need to get out of the Amazon mailing sandbox. Remove myself from the AWS email SES sandbox so that I can send email to any address. Yeah. Why can't they change their email? Kind of important. I don't know if you're being serious. I assume you are, but I don't think that's an important feature to code at launch. If they want to change it in the future, sure. That could be fine. Like 6 months down the line, if I've got some time or I have another developer working, but it's going to take what, like 4 hours to code that? Or maybe less, 4 hours to code and test it though. And what real value does it provide at first? So I don't think it's a bad feature. I just don't think there's a big enough need for it. User email the verification link to their email address without verifying. So yeah, I think account registration is what I'll do next. Right now, here's what account registration looks like. There is a register button. So let's say you were typing in like new account and you started typing in your password. Let's just type one letter so you can tell that this is correct. So I typed I. Now I hit register and this form changed so that it's saying input email address. So I type something here, of course, and then confirm password, and I'd confirm my password and then just hit create account. And it says password length must be at least 6 characters. Oops, okay. So password. Yeah, cool. And that's it. Now I have an account that I'm logged in and everything. So if I refresh the page, I can log in with this new account again and I'm totally done. So that's what it looks like right now. It's going to mostly look exactly the same, but what goes on behind the curtains is going to be different. So sending out emails and everything else. Hi, P3D images. Yeah, so I think I'll do account registration when I get back. Validating accounts. So it's this. This is what we'll put at the top. Now, normally, because I started a little bit late today, I would also go a little bit late, but those things have been very hectic, so I don't think I'll be doing that today. So when I get back from lunch, I'll be back for about 4 hours. Maybe not quite. So the first thing to do is hammer this into a proper to-do list. And then I think it'll take until the end of tomorrow, maybe. And if I get it done any sooner, then that's good. And we'd work on probably provisioning game servers at that point. Because after we have that, I have pretty much like the back end is not bad, actually. At least not for beta. I think it's pretty good for beta. Hey, Thomas Helby. I'm doing well. I'm actually probably just about to get lunch. Hammer this into a proper to-do list. So overall, it goes like this. And here's what we had. Game server black box. So that's done now. This is not done. And this is not done. And also the game server provisioning, I guess. So yeah, these two things I want to get done. And ideally, I'd like to get this done too, but I just see this taking a lot of time. But we're making good progress. I'm happy about this. And I'm glowing green. No, I'm changing colors. Yeah. All right, I'll do this when I get back from lunch then. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, I will just do a quick little intro to everything right now. Botland is a game that I'm working on. It's not related to Twitch chat bots or anything. It's its own standalone game. It's an online strategy game. You can see it in the background here. Let me just refresh this page and you can see it in the foreground. So yeah, you make bots, you write artificial intelligence for them. It's pretty easy to write it because you use a UI that looks like this. So you can literally just copy paste scripts if you want or drag a pre-made script onto here. And it's pretty readable. If melee will hit in any direction, do melee in any direction. If will lasers hit, fire lasers, etc., etc. And so you can customize some of these really easily. It's not supposed to be like a heavy coding game. It just happens to involve automation. If you don't want to write it, you don't have to. I stream for about 8 hours a day, and right in the middle of it, I usually get lunch, and now is that time. So there are the commands, streamer time, if you're curious. It is 12:36 for me. So yeah, lunchtime. So I'll be back afterward, and I'll finish up the account registration stuff. And then maybe, no, I can't test it actually with everybody because I don't have the ability to email just any random account. But yeah, so I will see you guys after lunch. Thank you for watching so far, and take care. Alright, I'm back. Alright, what did I miss in chat? Hi, Chair. How are you today? How you getting, Remy? Hey again, Chris. Although the people I'm saying hey to, this was like 30 minutes ago, so probably not here. Oh, Pro Sam. Alright. Hey, Remy. Hey, Endoran. Another 45 hours and I'll be at 500. 500 what? Okay, so we're at account registration. Let's hammer this into a proper to-do list, as was mentioned there. So let's see what was already written here. Send an email to the user's sign-up address with a link with a randomly generated token that corresponds to the user that signed up. There should be a hash of the username and a salt. We need to make sure that this doesn't already exist in the database. Hash needs to get saved. Make a flag that allows me to control whether emails should actually be sent out or whether we should just mark accounts as valid immediately. This should, well, I don't know. I don't know what it should default to. Hey, Pro Sam. So how much time am I at right now? 1,082 hours. Does Twinge not reflect that? Because I don't think it does, right? If I choose games in the last 246 days, no, I guess it kind of does. There's some time that's not accounted for. Oh yeah, this doesn't keep, no, I don't know. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. But we can check this tab again. Back down to 43 average viewers. As of just this week, actually. Just Tuesday. That's it. So I went up for a little bit, and then it's back down. Oh, wait, this is just for 7 days, right? Wow. Same stats. What an Adam fan. Yeah. It's an upside down bowl. Okay, look at the links like this. Make sure to tell the account server that you validated your account. Bitwise or email verified into your account status. And validate the hash they've been given. If the account hasn't been validated, add a resend verification email. Make a reset password API that can only be called twice every day by a user that will send an email to reset their password. This needs to involve the client for typing the new password in. Make a forgot username link. I mean, if you forgot your username, yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's see what else do we have. Use email the verification link. Oh yeah. Prevent, e.g. make sure you can't make real money purchases until your account has been linked to a valid email address. Hi, Honey Toro. I don't think I've seen you here before. Nope, I apparently haven't seen you here before. Well, welcome to the stream. I am working on a game called Botland. If you're curious about that, there's a video. All right, what else do we have here? Yep, so after 3 days of not verifying, they'll be unable to log in unless they verify. So when a user tries to log in after 3 days without having their email address verified, we alert them that they can't log in without verifying. We probably don't tell them their own email address in that case, unless they already had their password typed in. Yeah, okay. So, and then allow users to log in using their email address instead of their username. Change the client's input field to say input name or email. Hey, Atralik, did you get a lot of sleep after last night? Geez, you had like 18 hours of work. Pepsi and Molly. Users' passwords can be reset via email. I think I wrote that down here, right? Make a reset password API. Yep. Users can log in with either of these. Users have no way of changing these. Yep, cool. Okay, so they've all been made into a proper to-do list at this point. And I'll say that these are like week of 5, 9, 16. Is that what's written for this too? Yeah, that's fine. Don't they have to verify to log in at all? Not after 3 days? No. We figured we might as well make it as easy as possible for you. So when you register your account the first time, we'll send you an email, but you can keep logging in for as many times as you want up until 3 days pass. Then you have to click the link that was in your email. That way, there's very little in the way of you like seeing Botland for the first time and then playing for the first time. I went straight to work again this morning, so I had like 5 hours of sleep. Demanded tomorrow off. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, I was going to say, if employers don't do that on their own, I think requesting it is not such a bad thing. Because you basically worked like more than 2 work days yesterday. Which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Like 18 hours in a day. You should work 16 hours in 2 days. Crazy. Okay. So send an email. So we need this. Make a flag that allows me to control whether emails are going to be sent out or not. Man, and I tried getting a lot of sleep last night. I'm tired again. Yeah. Then after that, game server provisioning. So this will take the rest of the day, I'm pretty sure. But we'll start it. So send an email to the user's sign-up address with a link with a randomly generated token that corresponds to the user that signed up. There should be a hash of this. So let's just bump all this stuff backward. The client with the brief prompt saying, thanks for confirming you're now able to make purchases. It is the client so that I make sure I tell the account server that you validate your account. Invalidate the hash in database. So the account hasn't been validated at a recent. Yeah, cool. Hey, DavyXL. I was just talking about you earlier today. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Someone was like, we were talking about extra monitors, and then someone said, I forgot how this came up. Something like, won't they see it work if you're on Twitch? And I said, oh, well, DavyXL has me on his screen when he's at work. And people sometimes think that he's doing that work that I'm doing. Had a health and wellness event at the office. Huh. Yeah, I miss health and wellness events. I have to create them myself at this point. And I was actually just thinking about that as I left the appointment this morning that I had. A lot of stuff. I'm not. No benefits at this job. Oh well. Okay. So I want to do this first. Let's go into. Wait, what sends these out? What is sending emails? What will send emails out? I need the AWS credentials for that, so the overseer is a good choice. But then that's another database that I'll probably need. Does Botland cover dental care? No. right, so yeah, here's what I'm thinking. I have that send email API already written, and it's here. Send email. Also, I should probably be standing up. So to address subject email body, and since we need a region set and we need the AWS creds, and I think the creds are right now only on the overseer. I should actually look into that. Let's take a look. Upload AWS creds. Yep, overseer. Yeah, so that's it. It just needs to be the overseer. So the first thing should be expose an email API on the overseer. When this is received, we'll try sending, or I guess we save it to the database automatically? No. We'll try sending the email. If it doesn't work, we'll save the email to a database. Is this a bad idea? And no, Promiseified is legit, yeah. So let's say you have a function like this, function download file, and you have URL and then a callback. So this is an asynchronous function because one, downloading files isn't necessarily like an instantaneous thing. So code goes here to download the file, and then whenever that's done, run this code, callback, with usually like success or failure, something like that, success or error. So this is a function that if you were to call it, you could say download file, cats.png, and then your callback might be something like, display cats.png on the screen. And this works, but what happens when you have a callback, I'm on callback? So if you promisify this, you say like promiseified function equals promise.promisify, and this is something that exists in Bluebird. What this will do is it'll take your download file and make it into just a promise. And it does this automatically through a lot of coding magic. And so now you can say, I want to download cats.png, and then with the image result, you do the same thing you did before. Display this on the screen. So all Promisification is doing is it's turning a function with this signature where it takes in a callback into this signature where it just returns as though returns a promise, as though that's what the API did in the first place. A lot of magic being more callbacks. Well, the function isn't just like a 3-line function. There's actually a lot of stuff happening there. So basically like Angular's $Q exclamation point. I get it. Angular 2, I think, I don't know if it's promise based or not. Maybe it is. What is a promise? A promise, so think about what is a promise just in English. It's that someone tells you something that they will do in the future, and the promise is like complete when they've either done it or they've failed to do it. So if I say something like, I will give you these papers by tomorrow, you either have the papers or it's tomorrow and you don't have them, and that's an error. So promises in JavaScript work the same way. You have a promise with a resolve function and a reject function, and whenever you're done with the thing or you failed, you call one of those functions. So it's a way for you to do an asynchronous bit of code and just say, yeah, when I'm done, you're going to either hear that I've resolved it or that I've rejected it. So in the end, you call it like some function that takes a while. You call that, and then you can say .then success, and here's the return value, and you can say .catch. So this is a very simple promise. And what this function probably looks like is something along these lines. Return new, promise, resolve, reject. And it could be something as simple as this. It's all like hello world. Okay. So EJ, I have a question for you. Do you think this is overkill? that, where is it? Expose an email API in the overseer. When this is received, we'll try sending the email. If it doesn't work, we'll save the email to a database so that we can try later. Do you think this second part is overkill? Yeah, I think it's necessary. If you wanted to send this thing out, yeah, I think we're gonna do this, and then return 200 from all that. Hey JWL. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this. Sounds like a job for email relay. What do you mean by email relay? Actually, does AWS even have this problem? Or just resend to unverified accounts 24 hours later or something? Well, okay, so this is what I was wondering, EJ, when I was paging you. Is the last sentence overkill here? Add a link to resend the email. So in this particular case, like this is not such a big deal. If the user doesn't get the verification link, there will be a way for them to resend it. But there are other cases like critical errors go through this API, and if email can't get sent out for some reason, I don't know. We should probably retry that. If the email doesn't send, it doesn't send. Okay, beyond overkill. JWL wins a point. Okay, fine. Well, I still need to do this part. Expose an email API in the overseer. When this is received, we'll try sending the mail. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Man, there's like the creepiest sounding tag inside this shirt. Actually, I'm gonna pull a legendary Leah here if I keep doing that. Yeah, there's a tag, and it sounds like an alien is about to eat my brains out. Most of them just sound like paper. Sounds like a creepy buzzing. And you should have some kind of internal error log if the API call fails, because that's something you should check. Yeah, okay. Shots fired. It's not like she's ever gonna watch this stream. Okay. Well, I still probably shouldn't say that stuff. Paper alien, yeah. Check the API just to see if it works or not. Excuse me. Okay, this part we still need though. Let's do that in the overseer. So overseer run, we'll say, what do we have? Like require Ansible set send emails equals false. Or rather, what about this? Log emails as, no, send emails equals false. That's it. We'll just say that. Because even if you're on AWS, you don't necessarily want to send emails. And then we need to put this into Ansible as well. Overseer. How do we do this? Anytime we go to send an email, we need to use this. I still think we need to expose that API as well. So let's do both of these at once. Yeah. Let's do this first actually. Overseer REST server. So there's going to be an API just like we have for critical error. It's going to be pretty much the only thing we're just going to have it post an email. So send email. This does not have AWS utilities. Oh, it does. Oh, this shouldn't be too bad then. Direct res next. So what do we need in order to send an email? We need these arguments. Hey, folk. How are you doing? So to address, subject, email body. So let's get all of those. To address equals underscore dot get. Actually, we can just do this, I guess. Rect dot body dot to address. Subject. Email body. A Smash tournament next time? No, no, we shouldn't. Yeah, no, we shouldn't. Okay, we need to make sure that all these exist. So if not is string to address rest.send 400 with the error to address must be defined. Same thing with this. There. So that's the error checking. I'm doing well. I don't know how many functions of the signature rec res next I've seen. I type it so fast now. Laughing at all of the chat. Let's run a giveaway. Remy wins. Remy wins. What, EJ? Are you gonna say that I'm doing a great job? Things just got real. Is that really how you format your route checking? Yeah, why not? Like, I could put this in middleware. I don't see the point of doing that a lot of the time. Okay, right. What would you suggest instead of this, EJ? What, middleware to check this and then cram it into the request itself? Because this code would still exist, it'd just be somewhere else at that point. And then I'd have a lot more functions. Here, I'll make you a snippet. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'll finish writing this. So we're going to do AWS util dot send email. I don't like motorcycles in this city. Send email is exposed here, right? Yeah, it is. To address subject email body. To address subject email body. Now, what does this API return? Just the request that we get. Okay. So in the case of success, let's do a rest.send 200. I don't know how long this takes to return though. Yeah, Folk, that's actually pretty common in a lot of big tech companies here. Like if you were to apply to Microsoft or to Google, you wouldn't meet the whole team necessarily, but you typically do like a 5-interview loop that takes the entire day. I gotta look into this API because I don't know what this returns. Or I don't know when it returns, I should say. Let's go take a look. I'm glad you guys like it. Okay, when does this return? Called when a response from the service is returned. If a callback is not supplied, you must call AWS request send. So we either get an error or we get this. But does this return quickly? Does it return after the email's done? The deserialized data returned? Like, why would they not say this here? I'm guessing this just puts it into their queue of emails to send, right? Composes an email, then immediately queues it for sending. Yeah. So if it makes it into the queue, I guess we're fine. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Rest.send. We want to send the error. I guess it's just a 500. This is how I get away with murder. I mean work. Is that link? Is that a very, very carefully placed or whatever, Skype for Business, whatever they're calling it? Yep. It's just too funny. Oh, man. Although your email is showing on the screen, I don't know how much of that is readable, but you might not want chat seeing that image. Anyway, I'm going to save this. I have another work setup. This is Davey XL. There. Hey, Killer Croc. Anyway, that's funny. I like that. So in this case, we'll return the error like this, I think. I don't mind. None of it is really readable. Okay. Wait, did I miss something? Programmer D was responding to Dan. I don't even see Dan typing in chat. Yeah, I missed it. We should have setup battles. Okay, I think this is pretty much fine. I think we're good at this point. So, sends an email through AWS. This will only send the email if emails are turned on for sending. Now, I guess what we have to assume is that if they're not turned on, we don't send the email, but the caller doesn't care, right? Because we're the one who handles this, and if they, yeah, I think that's what we do. I got software that can zoom indefinitely. How you think it's funny I read the name of Dave's email? Did I? Oh, no. Oh, Programmer D. I think you just tagged the wrong person. You probably typed DA and then hit tab and expected it to be Davey. I think that's what I was confused about. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So let's get rid of this. So in overseer state or env or whatever this is called, this doesn't even exist, does it? Here it is. So let's read whether we should send emails out. Now we have this on AWS already as, no we don't. Do we? This dot send emails equals process.env.send emails. And we only care if this is true, which could have sworn we had a way of doing this. I think endpoint state has a way of doing this. This is bad. I know I had a way of doing this somewhere. Let's go check util. Is true or string true. So val.to lowercase is true, otherwise if it's the Boolean value true. So this is what we want, but we don't have util here. Defaults to false. If true, this will, if true, the posting to the /emails route, it should be emails. Route will send an email instead of just logging to the console. Actually, no, any emails. No. If false, attempting to send an email will instead just write to the log. If true, we'll send an email through SES, AWS SES. So that's a Boolean, and we need util in order for this to work, which means that the overseer's package JSON needs botland util, which there it is. So we take this and put it here, const util equals require botland util, and we're done. Okay. Are you using CoffeeScript? No, I'm not. And you can see your microphone stand at the arm, whatever it's called. I hate you, Philly. Yeah, I'm fine with it showing a little bit. So I think that's okay, as long as it's not blocking anything important. And same thing, it ever like creeped up into here, that's fine too. But yeah, if it's blocking the keyboard camera, then definitely let me know. Came into the job, went out. Hey, Fatality. Okay, so send emails. If this is true, then we'll actually do this. So if this dot overseer state dot send emails, or let's just do this. If it's not true, we'll just log it. Logger dot info send emails is false. So what is about to print would have been an email. Is that too much of a disclaimer here? Maybe we say this would have been an email if, maybe we put that at the end of the log. Darn it, I don't know a succinct way of doing this. What was the arrow function syntax? That's just a way of defining functions such that there's, I'll just link to the page actually, because this will tell you about it better than I can tell you about it. Okay, so here's what EJ is suggesting. Assert, assert, assert. I see. Yeah, this is potentially dangerous though, right? Because like I know this is a snippet, so I could change it. But for user-facing APIs, I guess I would just use different middleware for that. Interesting. No, I never thought of doing something like this. Okay. Express validator. I'll have to look into this. So we're doing something like this instead of typing out verbose error checks. Thanks, EJ. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, we mostly simplify these lines. I'll consider it later. I'll consider it later. So yeah, as far as writing this out, send emails were true. So that cut off what, like 20 characters? So this would have been an email if send emails were true. Yeah, I think that's good. 2 equals to address. Subject equals subject. Body equals email body. And that's it. So let's do that and then do rest.send 200. And yeah, EJ, I do think I should consider something like this. One of the benefits of what happens below, well, I'll say pros of the below. Consistent error reporting, less verbose. And cons, just need to be careful to specify a transparent error handler only for internal APIs and something that only reports 4 fours to external APIs so that you don't leak information. Yeah, I have to say EJ because when I was saying everyone, despite that I thought that was different enough from my saying everyone, people were getting confused, which was the whole point of EJ's name in the first place. What a troll. I want a nickname. I think shortening your name would be very offensive. Alright, expose an email. So that's done. This stuff, this is done. And I'm checking this too. I think this is fine. We can test this out actually. Bpaste, what is this? Invalid JSON. Oh, I see. So when you throw a new error, you throw them with these messages? Huh. Only pass it through if it's our custom error implementation. Okay. EJ also pasted this in. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that sometime. I don't think I'm going to do that now. The ones at the top are filtered because they're elsewhere in the middleware and we can't stop it. Oh, I see. These just happen to show up elsewhere in their middleware. They can't change it. Alright, but getting back to what I was doing, I need to test this out. So let's restart the overseer. I don't have send emails set. So when I do, let's see, overseer, let's copy this. Let's edit it so that this is send email. Okay, cool. So now we're going to send to emails. And in the headers, we're going to have nothing. But in the body, we're going to have to address a@a.com, subject, hello world, body. No, is it email body? I think it's email body. How are you doing today, world? I am great. Thanks for asking. All right, so let's save and send that. So we get a 200 in response, and it should have printed it here. Yeah, this would have been an email if send emails were true. To a@a.com, subject, hello world, body, how are you doing today? Cool, so that worked. This API is good. And yeah, thanks EJ. I do appreciate it. All right, now what we could do is test with send email set to true. The only problem with that is I can't show the result on screen, but let's try it anyway. I might as well test this API. So now we're going to do the same thing. The to address, I'm going to do this off screen for a second. I don't really care if you look at the keyboard camera or something. It doesn't really matter if you get my email address this way. But I'm going to send this. Oh, it's not going to do any logging, will it? We should probably print this out, which means I can't show any of this on screen. So we say send emails equals true. So, or no, just say sent an email to address. I don't want to log the body of the email here. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, I think I just want to log the to and the subject with subject equals subject. Yeah, and then here we say error sending email to address with subject equals subject error. Well, this could just be a new error. And then we don't need the could not send email. Okay, cool. So let's test this out, and then this, like I said, I got to do this off screen for me to test it. So let me do this off screen. I hit send, gave me a gigantic error. Could not send email, missing region. All right. How did that happen? It's weird. Hey, the Mr. Banks. Does it work with backtick in it? Yeah. You know, it's funny because any issues I find with this, I can't really point out because of what the code is. But if you said coding skills 1 fatality, it would actually say just you suck at this. It's only if your coding skill level is not 1 that you'll get. Oh man. Can you program in Java too? Yeah. And hey, Def Jam. Another thing we do have a thing where I can do return promise within a route and it auto grabs the catches for me. That's actually pretty nice. That is pretty nice. Adam kicking him out, he's down. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Hey, Remy wins again. And now we have the beautiful sound of someone using a hammer on metal outside. Alright, so the problem I have here is that the region's never set. What is in charge of setting the region? Oh, it's only if we're on AWS. Oh, so you can't send emails unless you're on AWS. So that's what I just learned. So we gotta reflect that here. If assert, no, let's just do this. If this dot send emails, assert this dot is on AWS, right? Is that what this is? Yeah. Send emails cannot be true unless you are on AWS, since emails are sent through SES. Yep, that's it. So now when I try rerunning this, it's just gonna complain at me, right? This dot is on AWS is not a function. Well, now it is. Or rather, I fix that. Send emails can be true. Okay, good. So then if I change this to true as well, it's probably going to fail a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, then the load balancer name needs to be defined. Okay, so I basically can't test this. That's okay. I'll just go fix this. And then we'll rerun this. Send emails will be that, and I'll put this back on the screen now. Okay. Yeah, cool. What's this? I feel really bad, Fatality. What else did I miss? And no, Fatality really. The code was good. We need more Java live streams. I probably won't be doing that. All I had to do was interface with a jar for this stream once. Wait, that's not true. You can call it SES from wherever, I think. No. What I meant is, okay, yeah, EJ. What I meant here when I said this is that the you are on AWS is really, there's a variable that's called is AWS. And the reason why is because the region needs to be set. Okay, so I'll clarify this up here. So SES can be used from outside of AWS, but the real issue is that set AWS region needs to be called for it to work. There, good, cool. So I'm fine with that. So now I think both of these things are done. Expose an email API, good. Make a flag that allows me to control whether email should actually be sent or whether we just mark accounts as valid immediately. So that's done too. Now, the other part of that, if I were to do this, is to do, how would I do this? Excuse me. I think we'll just set send emails to false all the time. If true, we'll send out emails. We can only do this if we're on AWS, since it requires that the region is set and that we have AWS credentials. Just always have the region be Oregon. All right, then in the overseer startup, we need to pass this in. Where does AWS region come from? US West 2. It's in prod variables. Yeah, okay. In fact, we could just make this more explicit. Just put this up inside of this if statement here. Because that's how AWS region and the ELB name work. But I don't really feel like doing that. No, I kind of do. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave it like it is. I think it's fine. So that's done. Let's lint. And then check this in. Linting passed. Cool, so we don't check that in. This is fine. This is also fine. Cool. This is fine. This is fine. And this is fine. Cool. So, added a REST API in the Overseer host/emails that lets you send an email. This only sends if you specify the environment variable that allows you to send email. Otherwise, I'll just log to the console. Otherwise, I'll just log the email instead. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we can close out of those things. So now that we have the email sending API, the first thing we need to do is form this link. So where does this happen right now? This is on the account server somewhere. I just don't know where. We register an account. So it must be here. Register, create new user. Where did I do this? Create a new user account. Username, email address, and password. Okay. Yeah, so at the end of all of this, we've got to send out an email. So we save their password to the database. Then we return their user ID to them. I think before we do all that we also need to send an email. Or maybe after we do that, we send an email. Yeah, probably after. No, we can't do things this way. Because we can only send one response. Saved. What's... Alright, bonus points. Anonymous. I gotta think of how this is gonna work. So we try to save your password to the database. If that fails, you definitely just couldn't even create the account. Then rest.send 201. This is telling the user that we created their account, and then we give them their ID. Why do we need the ID? What is this used for on the client? Client main register new account. We do create user account, and we don't even care about the ID. We just call authenticate with name and password. Okay, well, whatever. I guess that's not really necessary. No point in not sending them back to him. But yeah, sending out the email needs to happen, and I guess we'll just do this here. So now send an email to them. If this fails, yeah, if this fails, we'll end up sending 2 responses. That's bad. I guess we have our own, we can't do that. No, so we just put this in our own try catch. Great. So return this dot. Do we have a REST client here somewhere? Matchmaker. What? How does this connect to the Overseer? It doesn't. That's wonderful. Where is this saved? Set up Overseer REST client here. And then what? This just doesn't get put anywhere? We don't use this at all after that. What was I thinking? So we have our own REST server that needs to be listening first. Then we set this up. Then I guess we do something like this. This.rest server.set overseer REST client. I don't know if I like this. Wait, Remy, you didn't get a link from that? Do you have whispers turned on? And Mike, I don't really know what chair this is. I don't feel like finding a link for it. I don't think it's really worth suggesting to other people, that's why. Wait, let me check the logs, Remy. Let me see if it tried sending you one. Weird. Odin in chat, 0. And in chat, does it see you as being in chat? Is your name here, Remy? Yeah, there you are. But you're not on the Ode list, apparently? Let's take a look. No, you're not. Are you on the process list a million times? Remy. Yeah, but not toward the bottom here. Maybe the giveaway's broken? Weird. How did that happen? Huh. I don't know, Remy. Let me try sending you one manually. Yeah, that one definitely worked. The manual one. Strange. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay, so set overseer REST client, and this is done in the REST server. So that's here. Let's keep this bookmark where it is. Let's also set this thing up here. Overseer REST client. To accommodate circular dependencies, we have a setter for the overseer REST client. And then I'll set this thing here to null. I'll just say what this thing is. Actually, just doing this I think is fine. This is the client we use to communicate with the overseer's REST server. Hey again, Tomad. How'd your stream go last night? Nah, I don't think Remy's trying to hoard them. And even if he is, I mean, it's not really such a big deal. Okay, so now that we have this, we can call into this. So send an email to them. Let's do this dot send email. Now the to them part. We have their to address. We have a subject of like, welcome to Valand. Please, these should really be constants somewhere. Account server. Do we have constants? Database constants. Here we go. So export const. Registration email subject equals welcome to Botland. I think that's a good enough subject. And then for the body, what do we say for the body? Something like, hang on, I gotta sneeze. Oh no, I can't find the microphone mute button. The sneeze went away. No. I should have just sneezed into the microphone. And SGE, thanks for following. I really need to DJ your lights for 30 seconds. And nice, Tom Ed. That's good. Okay, fine. Although I like the mood Remy put. But baked raccoon. There you go. Okay, so the body for this is going to be like, you need to verify. I don't know what I should say for this. I'll just keep it simple for now. You need to, hello, %1. You need to verify your, oh, right, there's actually another part of this that I just thought of. The validation email needs to include a link It says something along the lines of, did you not sign up for Botland? Click here to have your email address, email removed from our system. Oh wow, Remy. You just set up red, white, and blue behind me? Is that what you did? Yeah. Great. So, hello, %1. Hey, Krug. You just signed up for a Botland account and need to verify your email address by clicking this link, %2. I wonder if new lines are respected here. Let's try it. If you did not, why is it so hard for me to think of the wording of this? If this was not your doing, you can click here to have your email address removed from our system, %3. Have fun playing. Botland. Okay, we're leaving that in there. Okay, so now the only thing we need to do is put this into a multi-line string. I think we can just use new lines. Yeah. Okay. All right, I think that's pretty good. Any good kebab places where you at? Yeah, probably. I don't know if I found one. You do need it for the link, but I don't think you do, right? A lot of email clients will automatically convert links. Well, anyway, we'll test this out. We'll see how it works. And if we need to switch it to HTML, then we'll make it really, really basic HTML. And some beam says botlad typo. No, actually not. It's not a typo. There's a botlad in chat right now, which is my chat bot. I don't have a way for it to type a message to you, but actually, if you wondered if it was a typo, that alone is enough to indicate that this is probably a bad idea. Because people will probably think, God, even their registration email doesn't have. So have fun playing the Botland team. That's probably better then. Download handlebars and just make a template for it. And no problem, Sunbeam. No, I appreciate it though, because if it was a typo, that'd be great. Yeah, I'll change this eventually. For right now, I want to keep it really simple. So let's get the subject equals. Do we have a count constants? No, of course not. Server constants. What a bad name for them. Okay. Well, there's the subject, and then the body template is going to be this. And then the body itself is going to be body template dot replace %1 with their name. Wait, what's the best way to do this? Let's take a look. No, so let's just do this. So template equals I %1. My name is not %1. Click this link, %2, %3. So template.replace. I don't know if % needs to be escaped. We will find out. Oh, no, it doesn't. So I can just do this then, huh? %2 http google.com. Yeah, okay, we'll just do this. Oh, hey, Void Dreamer. Long time no see. And Tomad, yeah, there were a lot of usernames before mine that were taken. EJ's right. No, it's just something that I've had for a long time. I couldn't decide between the numbers 1, 3, and 5, so I just put them all there. Okay, so we're going to do this. We'll say body template.replace this with your username. Replace this with a link that we generate, which we don't have yet. Const activation link equals http replace me, and the like rejection link, yeah, something like that. Okay, there we go. Okay, so when we send an email, we're going to send an email with the email address, the subject, the subject, and the body. Great. And if this fails, we want our own personal catch on this. So logger.error could not send activation email to username email address. Error. Make that a new error. Okay, that way we have our own catch here so that we don't send another error. How's Botland coming? Well, I think I'm about a week and a half away from finishing the infrastructure coding. Then there's just testing. Then there's UI, artwork, and a couple of other little polishy things. And then the beta should be released. So we're like 3 months away from the beta. Hooray! And in the meantime, if anyone wants to play what I'm calling the pre-beta, you can type /w botland bot game. So the game is currently live here. It's a relatively dated version, not like there's a more up-to-date version, just that the last time I did work on the game itself was like 3 months ago. I've been working on the infrastructure for a while. But yeah, you can make an account through Twitch and then connect using your Twitch name and the password that's sent to you and start making bots. Here's my bot. It melees, it teleports, it knows how to reclaim, and I'll deploy it. Cool. Hey Jake, how's it going? I don't know if I've seen you here before. It's always hard to tell when there's a... No, I haven't seen you before. Because a lot of people have their name and their username somewhere. There are a decent amount of Mikes and Thomases. Are you going to make a lot of money off of this game? I don't know. That's really for the market to decide. I mean, obviously, I'd like to. And not even for the sake of like getting rich or something. I'd like to make money so that I can continue to work on the game. But hopefully with less stress. I don't know if that'll ever happen, though. I think if the game becomes popular, then I don't think the stress level goes down. Even though you can hire more people, you just start to focus on different things. And I don't want to lose sight of... This is going to get like preachy, hopefully not. But I don't want to lose sight of what's important in life, too. Like, I don't want to be 99% business focused and then let everything else drop in my life. So I don't know. But for now, that's a long way away. At least a year. Okay, so we need to generate these links. And we need to save them in the database and do a whole bunch of other stuff here. So let's figure that out. Did you go to University for Computer Science? I have this. I did. And I got my bachelor's degree. So generate an activation link. Generate activation link. This should be like HTTP activate.bot.land No, wait. What's the least suspicious looking URL with botland in the name? Probably just bot.land slash question mark activate. I don't know where you're going to go to play botland, because just regular botland will probably bring you to the landing page, which will eventually look much better than this. But this is the equivalent of like Minecraft.net. Actually, Minecraft is different because you don't play it in the browser anymore. Back when you did, there was a way for you to play it here. But if you go to Botland, would you expect to be playing the game, or would you expect to be on a website for Botland? I don't know. We'll have to figure this out at some point. I'll just change this later. Is mobile working? No, I haven't worked on that more. I mean, it technically works. It's just not a good experience. Remy. How come you can work full time on this? Did you have any successful projects before? No, I had a lot of savings from my last jobs so that I could fund Botland. And then my wife works right now, so that's what's paying for my day-to-day life. How do you plan on making money with it? Pay to play? Yeah, so Remy linked in monetization, which I think Mike also linked that in earlier. But no, it's free to play. You buy salvage packs in the game. They give you random sets of items, and that's it. Would you recommend me to go to university for CS? I need to go to college to take my math for 2 years, then university. Thank you for your recommendation. This is so based on the individual that I can't just say without knowing you, like, yes, go to university. I think if you thrive in the environment of school and you find yourself learning that way, then great. If you find yourself learning on your own, then no, you don't have to go. If you're in a country where it's next to free to be able to go, then you probably should go because it's not really going to cost you anything. But I'm in America, and it's far from free to go to most schools here, so it is a big decision to make. But yeah, if you have to pay like, a couple $1,000s, and you get a 4-year degree, that'd be pretty sweet. Okay, so bot.land, maybe just question mark activate equals, and then your link. So we need some hash here, some hash. So that's the activation link. So one is generate the string itself. Then 2 is make sure that string isn't in the database. And ideally it wouldn't be because it's a hash. But if it is, generate a new link and make sure that's not generate a new link and repeat the parent step. Okay, save it to the database. And any of these steps can fail. There's actually a lot of things that can go wrong here. I should probably do this differently. And yeah, Omu, that's another thing that can happen, which is that you go and get a degree and then you end up learning all the stuff on your own anyway. But I'd still say that it's still based on the individual. Like, and yeah, I can only really comment on American companies here, but there is still some bias toward hiring people with degrees. You would need to prove yourself a little bit more if you don't have a degree, but you can definitely do it. What's that to-do plugin that I'm using? It is Plain Tasks. Delibird Empires is still amazed at how big your to-do list is getting. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm working through some of these, and you can see that a lot of this stuff is gray, meaning it's been done or it's just notes. All right, I'm going to start to work on this. Let's go back to the account server. Just over here. So generating, saving the activation links. We need another table for this. There's just a whole lot of stuff to do. So you know what I should probably do here? I should probably... Oh, here's what I could do. I could put all of this here. And then anything that gets caught from here should not really be a problem. So we'll say this dot generate registration email. Okay, and in here we'll put, what do we need? We need their username, we need their email address, we probably need their account ID. Yeah, we do. We need their account ID. How do we get that? It's saved right here, but we don't have this saved off anywhere else. Fine. So let created user ID equals null. We'll say here DB user ID. So that goes there, and then we can start to use this here. Okay, so username, email address, and their user ID. That should be everything we need in order to form this thing. So now we can get this code out of here, save this off. We don't care about, oh yes we do. Do we care about errors here? Catch error. Generate a registration email, username, email address, user ID. What am I missing in chat? Yeah, Omu said I have my degree, but that doesn't guarantee me a job. Yeah, all I was saying is to most companies, and again, I'm talking about America, and just from what I've seen, and I haven't hired, a ton of people or something like that, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But if you're looking at person A has a degree, and person B does not have a degree, and they otherwise have the same experience level and everything else, I was just saying I think most companies would prefer person A. I'm not saying that this guarantees this person a job or that this guarantees that this person won't have a job. I'm just saying basically this. As far as companies think, that's generally true. Just this greater than sign. That's it. We weren't supposed to read too in depth into what I was saying. Also the qualities of the teachers. Yeah, that helps too. Oh, and by the way, people who are wondering about all the commands, I believe Wouter just updated this wiki today. So you don't necessarily have to type them in. No, he didn't. Okay, I don't know where he did this. But he spent a lot of time typing in all the commands and then did it somewhere. Oh well. Okay, so here, there'd be an error, so logger.error. Now if we couldn't send the registration email, there could be any number of things that go wrong here. Like maybe we want to enter into a transaction here, that way you don't have a link outstanding already. Maybe it's just the email part of this that fails. There's a whole lot of things that can happen. So for right now, I'll just say generate register. I'll just do this. New error. Or even could not generate registration email. Error. Okay, so like I said, these activation links and rejection link, we're going to have to form these and then make sure that they're not in the database. Oh, Void Dreamer. I mean, congrats on the first part at least. I forgot. It's the time when school is about to end for a lot of people. Actually, you know what that means? That means it's the time when viewer numbers are going to rise. Because there are going to be all these kids who don't have school. They got nothing else to do but watch Twitch. And that's when I rake in the fake money. I'd sure love to rake in the real money. But that's never going to happen. Alright, so I need some hash function for getting the activation link and getting the rejection link. In fact, they can be the same link. There's no problem with doing that. Generate activation link, generate the string itself. This hash can also be used for rejection, and just the verb in the URL can change. That way we only have to generate a single hash. You're gonna say that? That means free interns. And no, not necessarily kids. I know that Mr. Banks. That sounded ageist. Although it is largely true that it's gonna be kids. You all have to watch that? I saw this on Reddit. I didn't watch it then, but EJ linked this. I'll just write this here. I'll check it out afterward. Okay, so let me think about the steps here. We got to generate this hash and then check to see if it already exists in the database. I think what we could do, no, we can't do that. I was going to say we could just make a UUID and then like put their username at the end of it. Actually, that's fine, right? and that is guaranteed to not exist in the database. Yeah, and that way I don't need to check anything. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Because that's super easy. Get registration link hash username. Okay, so let's look up npm search UUID. There must be a package that already generates this for me. Rigorous implementation. Node UUID. V1, V4. Honestly, even the generation that I use doesn't matter. Your username is already unique. And it's not like we're leaking any information here. I can do whatever I want. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Desktop Dell make dir UUID cd UUID npm init-y s package JSON. Let's rename this to test. That way we don't wipe out any YouTube. That's not a command. Did I not copy this? Copy, paste. That was weird. How did that happen? Huh. Well, anyway, let's try using it now. So require node UUID and then just make them. So is this going to return a string for me? Yeah, that was easy. Wow, dead simple. Let's look at the code just to see this. Just want to see what they did here exactly. Yeah, 270 lines. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with this. All right. What's this? What? You can save 7 bytes by doing this? Wow, crazy. Okay, well, I've got this working, so let's put it into my project now. So we're gonna get node UUID, and we need this in the account server. So let's do npm install -- save node UUID. Then what's the other thing? Exact version? Is that the command? I never remember this. Yeah, got it right. Take that code. Take that, motorcyclist. So now we just want to use this, and we want to use this in here. So let's put this and use it. So const new UUID equals UUID.v4. Or we could say like UUID string. Return username. There. Gets a unique hash for a user. Oh, you know what? We don't even need to take all of the different bits of this thing. Or we could replace the hyphens at least. Yeah, we should do that. Yeah, let's do that. So this dot replace /g with nothing. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, JWL. In fact, did I write that down and then never do anything about it? Save exact. I wrote this somewhere. How did I just install this right now? How did I do that? Exact version. Did I write that down? Exact version. Huh. I could have sworn. Oh yeah, here we go. Store this info somewhere. For doing -- exact version when installing. Okay. Well, JWL, it's on my to-do list. Which means at some point it will be done. just not yet. All right, so back to this. So it gets a unique hash for a user so that they can either approve or reject a registration in their email. But you can't guess the rejection of somebody else since it's a UUID and you need another username. So the hash, for now, the hash is just a combination of their username and a UUID. That way they're not guessable and they're guaranteed to be unique, as opposed to doing any like real hashing. Adam, when do you plan on taking a break? Do you have anything in mind, or are you just powering through because you're excited about Botland? No, so Void Dreamer, it's funny, the timing on these questions. I got like 3 of this sort of question yesterday, and before that it was almost nothing. But yeah, I've been like super stressed out lately, and it's been largely because of Botland. And while I am incredibly excited about the game, I do need to take a break or do something differently. So my vacation, the next vacation I have planned is in July, so 2 months from now. And that's like a full week of just like the most vacation-y vacation you could ever think of. A lot of people, when they take vacation, including myself sometimes, you go home, you visit your family, you visit your friends, and you're doing things nonstop. This is not that kind of vacation. This is like sit on the beach and contemplate the sound of the waves. It's that kind of vacation, and I so desperately need that. If that weren't happening, yeah, I'd probably take a week off or something and just do nothing. So yeah. Is anyone else working on the game, or is it just you? Other people are working on the game. I'm the only developer, and I'm also the only full-time person working on the game. The other people are either doing like design or research or artwork, something along those lines. And Haza Owen, thanks for following. And what's the URL to the bot maker? Oh, you guys don't have access to that. I mean, I can tell you the URL and answer your question. It's art.bot.land, but you can't access this URL. It's only accessible to me, ha 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 ha, and the artist. I wonder how many bright pink bots we'd see in the game if we just let you do this. What is P? What's up? Nothing's up. Today's been going pretty smoothly. I'm working on stuff now. I wouldn't say I'm doing this very quickly, but I am getting through it. So, get registration link hash. For now, it's just a combination of this, that way not guessable, and guaranteed to be unique, so that we don't have to. I'll just say the uniqueness is important so that we don't have to check the database to see if another user's hash was the same as ours. What are we going to spend our days on without the stream? I don't know. And Chromo Sundrift, thanks for following. Oh, I linked in the... Oh, see you, Pro Sam. I linked in the top 10 thing earlier. I just don't know if it's still in my history of what I typed. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. Maybe this is it. I don't actually know. I'm just linking in a random B-paste. Yeah, here's the top 10. Who wanted to know that? Oh, Void Dreamer. Void Dreamer. Number 11 in points. Number 7 in time. Whew. 727 hours you've been here. That is... I could have just figured that out in my head. It's a pretty easy multiple of 24. But yeah. How am I still in top 10? Well, I mean, every day you're gone, people can only progress another 8 hours. So yeah. Do I recommend any JavaScript books? Yeah. JavaScript, The Good Parts is a good book. Let me link you the book. I'll give you the same caveat that I give most people when I suggest this, which is that you might want to already know a little bit of JavaScript at least before you start reading this. And second is that it probably is not updated for ECMAScript 6 or 2015 or whatever they're calling it. I have no idea. All right, so back to this. So we have the registration link. Let's get the hash here. So we need to put this in a constant somewhere. Let's say registration email link, activation link. No, we can't do that. Yeah, we can. Activation link equals, let's do http bot.lan/activate equals %1. And the rejection link is going to be stop emailing. No, reject. I don't know. Hey, Spray Kit, thank you too for following. I'm not sure what I would do here. If you sign up for an account, you know you went to Botland to begin with. So seeing a link like this, activate equals, and then like some bunch of stuff, you'd be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. In fact, I bet most people when they sign up for something, whether it's a bank account site or anything else, they go into their email, they click the large blue blob of text in there, and it activates them. But now let's say you did not sign up for this account. So if this were me, I'd probably just mark this email as spam unless it became a problem later. But if you saw a link that looked like this, you'd probably be like, I have no idea what Botland is. I don't like the word reject. I don't like this random blob that I see here. There's no way I'm clicking this link. So I'm imagining that's what would go through someone's head if they saw this. And so it doesn't really matter what I name this right now. Need to probably think about that some more later. Jake says, Adam, would you recommend Java, JavaScript, or C++ as my first programming language? I would recommend any of them. I'd actually recommend Python if you asked me, but that was not one of the 3 choices. It really doesn't matter, I think, at first. And EnvisionNet says, can you show me the to-do list? Yeah, but don't forget, this is a to-do list for like a major project where it's important that I have all of these things considered and tracked. And so that's the to-do list for right now. Granted, there's also the archive of the to-do list, which is a 0.5 megabyte. I'm not even going to open that file. What else did I miss? Void streamer. Stop emailing me. Yeah, unsubscribe wouldn't be too bad. You're not subscribed to begin with, I guess. But I think that's the least risky word to pick for someone who doesn't know what this thing is about. Like when I send people links to my site, you know, onx.net/ what was it, like lights or something / and then there's some token, people are like, I don't know what this is, I'm not going there. Granted, you could always do a search of Botland and then find out, oh, this is a game. I don't think they're going to do that. I really don't think this matters. I'm just going to make a reject for now. Let's just do that. So there we go. So we have the activation link and the rejection link. Let's go in here, get the activation link. So the activation link is going to be server constants.this.replace %1 with the hash. So const registration link hash equals this dot get registration link hash of the username. We take that and we put it into here. So instead of replace me, we end up with that. Cool. The rejection link is kind of the same thing. This just turns into rejection. Good. So those things should be done. Probably need to save this. And then when we send out the email, we just make all those replacements. Yeah, okay. Then we need to save this to the database as well. We need to save it before we send out the email. So that's the only to-do item here. Save the links to the database. Now, unfortunately, this to-do item is really like 3 to-do items because I need to modify the database schema before they can even fit in the database. In JS, isn't it easier to parse activate equals XXX starting with a number, not a question mark? Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Thank you. Points to you. Actually requires you have unsubscribe. Wait, what, EJ? And Jake says, so should I work on my math in college or what? Because I heard I need to be strong at math to be a great programmer. I think working on math is a good idea. And I'm not going to go into a lot of depth in this answer. But I think it's a good idea. It's not totally necessary. And the short answer is there are libraries and engines out there that can accomplish most of the math stuff that you would have needed to do yourself. Keep your mailing list up to date and provide a mechanism. So this isn't the mailing list though. This is an account registration thing. So like imagine if I go to like, famousbank.com right now and it says username, or not username, like email address, and I type, oh no, I'm not typing my email address, and I type like this, and password, I type whatever I would normally type. Now you get an email saying, hey, thanks for signing up for an account at famousbank.com. I didn't sign you up for email lists or whatever, like what are they called? A digest or something like that. But this email is it actually just looks like this. Like, hello, Adam, you just signed up for a Botland account, need to verify your email address. If this was not your doing, you can click here to have your email address removed from our system. Now, if you saw this email and you had no idea what Botland was, you'd probably just mark it as spam no matter what. I doubt you're going to click a random link in an email, especially if it's just plain text. And what's wrong with handlebars and mustache, etc.? Nothing's wrong with it. Yeah, replace is going to be fine for now. Newsletter, yeah, sure. Yeah, I got noticed. Okay, so. Okay, well, we'll test all this stuff out too. All right, so that's done. Let's go back into here. So save the links to the database. Let's look at the database script. We have users. I think there should just be a table in there. Yeah, I think that's it. We need to be able to look it up based on... Oh, but we'll have the username at first. Maybe we put the user ID at the end. Maybe change the mechanism to when you don't click to activate your account will be deleted. So we're not going to... We could do something like that. We're not going to delete the account, though. It's that you won't be able to activate it, or you won't be able to access it until you activate it. And Cash, thanks for following. Cashews. I saw the 3 and I'm like, that's where the name ends. I was checking my created account mails. Most of them don't provide a rejection link. Yeah, and the problem, some being, is that someone could spam somebody else using Botland, and I wouldn't want that to happen. Granted, someone can also make it so that those emails can never be registered with, but I don't know. Either way, there's going to be a problem. There's no way to cover everything here. Well, EJ, what I plan on doing with this is if you click the rejection link, then your email would actually be like removed. I don't know. I actually don't know what I'd do. I was thinking of just never letting you sign up from that email address again, but then yeah, you could just type in... Yeah, I actually can't do that, can I? And ZFZFee says, this a bot? No, this is a game called Botland, where the players make bots, but I am not writing a bot right now. So if you click the rejection link, I'm gonna make a reset password, update that. When I do this, when user clicks the activation link, so when a user clicks the rejection link, I'm not sure what we do. Why not simply delete after 1 day? I think that's a way of doing things, and that could be fine. And maybe that's kind of how we... Maybe that's how we surface things to users. Well, I guess this scenario is what I'm kind of concerned with, is like, Bob just found out about Botland and signs up and plays through the tutorial. Bob then goes on vacation for a week and never clicks the link in his email. When Bob comes back, his account shouldn't be deleted, or else he'll probably never play again. Like, it's a user retention sort of thing. So yeah, maybe a month after they don't come back, then you could delete their account. But yeah. And yeah, Jake, you totally can. In fact, if you stick with programming, you'll end up learning at least like 4 or 5 languages in the next few years. Sign up removes email from blacklist if it exists. Rejects adds emails to blacklist if it doesn't exist. then any emails check blacklist and acts appropriately. Yeah, but Echo, the problem with that is, what happens if, like, what happens if I go on Botland and I just type in email address and I just start typing in like random possible account names here? So I do, you know, John Smith at 123 at gmail.com, and I try like, you know, Andrew Jacobson. I can't even type this. Then if these people are on a blacklist and they actually existed out there, they would get a... They would... Wait, how would this work? Yeah, then maybe temporarily add them to the blacklist? I don't know. I don't know what we do with the rejection link right now. Resend the activation link? That'll be something that we do eventually too. And I hope to get to that point. I would only provide an activate link. When you don't activate, you don't get access to the full game. Well, the only thing, yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's all we do for now. Maybe we don't generate a rejection link. Could you just inform the user that they must click the link? Yeah, and they do have to click it, and I do plan on telling them that. What I was worried about is people using this to send spam to other addresses. Granted, the spam would always look like this right here. It's not like they can put in a custom message, because all they have is this as a username. Yeah, fine. I'll just get rid of the rejection link for right now. Okay. So we just get rid of this. How about you just go sign up for League of Legends or something and see what they do? Yeah. Okay. And fed me, I kind of am. I'm using Mocha. So let's go to League of Legends. Oh my god. I'm going to log in right now. All right. Create an account question mark. Please select a region. Okay, username. Andrew. Oh, cool. So they do this. Also, isn't that incredibly surprising that Andrew's not taken? Does this even test for... Oh, I think it's just doing a length check right now. Because it'd be really weird if Bob won. Yeah, I don't think it's checking to see if it's taken or not. So let's just do, I am testing your email system. Oh, we can't do that. All right, what about sys? Okay, great. Yeah. Password. Must contain at least one letter and one number. All right, email. Don't care at mailinator.com. Birthday. You guessed it right. Something the first of the month. Terms of use. I don't feel comfortable agreeing to this. I don't actually agree to it. I haven't even read it. I'll do this later. Aw. Alright, fine. Take a look at some other popular email system like Lol and see what they do for rejection links. Delete the bot. It didn't check in real. Also, what did I miss here? Never do what LOL does. Play with me, please. He's gonna play League. I wasn't actually gonna play it. You aren't even gonna use the site? Yeah. What? No, come on. That's wrong. You don't do that. You gotta read the privacy policy in the EULA. Why can't you just agree? Fine, you guys go agree. Violate their EULA. This is serious business. Did I try Visual Studio Code? I did on the first day it came out, and it was pretty slow then. Read the DOS on stream. I've done that before. All right, so we're gonna delete this, and we're gonna ignore this, and we're gonna get back to just what I was doing. So let's get rid of this and just put the wording down here as a comment. All right, so you just signed up for a Botland account and need to verify your email address by clicking this link. Cool. Save that. Let's not generate a rejection link. And then over here, so we don't have this any longer. We don't need this third one because this doesn't exist. Save the links to the database. So save the link to the database. Save the hash to the database before we send the email. What's the best Python resource? I mean, what Spurtman linked in earlier is a good resource. Then you can also use this if you want. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is save this to the database. I have email address. Let's save something like registration hash. So this is what will appear in their activation link. Let's call it activation hash. Activation code. Activation code. That's probably pretty good. This is what will appear in their activation link, e.g. bot.land/activate equals this code. That way we know their account is valid. All right. Oh, and also someone asked what's up with my lights. I missed that message. But when you follow, you get control over the lights in my room. And so when they were different colors, that was just someone who changed them. Okay, so we have the activation code here. Let's go into the database wrapper and make something like save activation code. Save activation code. Let's start calling it code instead of hash. It's probably a better idea, right? No, save activation hash. Yeah. Okay, so user ID and then the activation hash. What we're going to do is this dot connects users dot update dot where blah blah blah. Let's look at how this works. Yeah, this the syntax we want. Okay, so dot where, I believe it's called ID. Yep, equals, yep, user ID, great. Dot update activation code is the hash that we have. Cool. Done. Hey, you took my username. Dude, what's your problem? How am I going to log in later and test this out? Alright, thanks, EJ. So, your login name, forgot password, download the game. They don't even have a registration. Like, click this to verify your account. Why would they not do that, though? I bet... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that. Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, so I'll do what I was planning on doing then. They verify the account? What? Was that in this picture? But they reward them with IP game money? No, but where does that take place? That's the part that I'm wondering about. Like, did EJ do that in order to get this picture? Okay, I don't know. Let's close out all these things too. It's not required, but they reward you if you do it. It's on the settings. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I wonder why they do that. Probably because if you have an email address... Yeah, no, I think we're going to require it. Yeah, that way we can... Yeah, I think we're going to require it. No, you don't have to do it, EJ. That's totally fine. Because we're going to require it regardless. I think there are good reasons for requiring it. LOL, from what I understand, I haven't played the game, has an insanely toxic community. And that even goes to in-game. And so in Botland, if you're being toxic and you got banned but you didn't need an email address, then you just sign up for a new account. And you just... I mean, you could do the same in Botland. But I guess that would be relegated to the low ranks. I'm not sure. Oh, see you, Void Dreamer, and thanks for joining again. What's the point of verifying accounts in League of Legends or Botland? You want as many players as possible, right? You're not deleting accounts anyway. So what do you gain from activating accounts? Yeah, so what you gain is, I think, slightly more for someone to go through to play the game. Like, so there are two kind of counter goals here. One goal is let users play as soon as possible. And so that's why when you type in your email, your username, and your password, you are then logged in. Great. And then the second goal is make sure banning users for like violating terms of service has an impact. And so for one, almost definitely, any game where you pay money, you lose all real life money purchases. Real money purchases, I should say. And then the other thing is you lose any progress that account made. So for this to have an impact, if you're only, I don't think this is really worth discussing. If you're only logged in for like 3 days, you can't have made a lot of progress. So you don't care about that account getting banned. But in order for you to log in for more than 3 days, you need to have your email address there. And then if we ban the throwaway sites like Mailinator and I don't know. You should require new accounts to verify themselves by sending you a snail mail a signed copy. Wow. They use Amazon SES too. How do you know? So saves a user's activation hash to the database. This is just a number, this is a string, this is a promise. So we're going to call this over here, return this database wrapper save activation hash. We have the user ID and we have their hash here. And then if that succeeds, then we can do this part. And then this catch can go down here. There. So make sure to save the hash to the database before we send the email so that the email will point to a valid link. Oh, via AmazonSES.com, okay. Huh. Deadbringer, that's actually kind of surprising. Since last summer, that means they made the conscious decision to go with a cloud platform instead of their own? Not like they run a cloud or something. I'm just saying they could probably have physical machines. Okay, cool. But how did you get this? How did you get this email? Someone said it's through the settings? Like, this did not get auto sent to you, right? Also, what does this mean? We're going to grant you a 4-win IP boost? Did they mean to hyphenate that? Be patient, it may take up to 48 hours. This is the verification part. Also, their code that they give you looks... interesting. I wonder why they did it this way too. You don't need to validate your email, but if you go into your account, you get benefits for doing it. Oh, see you, Davey. Take care. I clicked validate email for IP boost. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is a verification part, which in LOL gives you a money boost. So you need to trigger this yourself by going into account and choosing verify. Okay. What font is that? Finally, I have the time to use this. Rod, you're not banned. I can see what you're saying. Oh, cool. Okay, I see what you're saying. Account protection, verified email. Okay. All right, good. So I think this is done. Generate registration email. We have the subject that we took directly from this. We have the body template. We get their link hash, which is formed from their name and UUID. The activation link formed from that. Replace everything in the body template. then save it to the database and send the email out to them. Great, cool. So that's all done. Clicking the link does nothing right now. I think that's the next part. What else do we have here? So this is done, this is done, this doesn't need to be done. This is done. And then we send out the email. So send out an email when someone registers for an account. So is that part done? Generate registration email. That is done, and it's done right here. It's only done in the case where, yeah, good, okay, cool. So that's done. The validation email needs to include a link that says something along the lines of, did you not sign up? No, we're not going to do that. The hash needs to get saved in the database, so the link back to the username and email address, or better yet, the user account ID. So that's done. When a user clicks the activation link, yeah, so this is the part that doesn't work yet. You're going to need to look into that in a second. We're not going to have a rejection link for right now. You can send an email from the settings and what is that? Huh. Okay. Okay, so I need to do this. Look in the links with a pound at the beginning. And I can look into React Router for that if I want. The first thing I need to do is check this in. So let's do this. So generates and sends the registration email to a user that contains an activation link. Physical servers are doing near nothing for 1/3 of the day. Huh. That's pretty interesting, Deadbringer. Yeah. So string, number, and promise. So send an email to them. We don't need to write that there. The rejection link, I guess we'll get rid of this. It's easy enough to reform that code. Make sure we save to the database first, and then return the promise. Yeah, looks good. Cool, let's lint it. I didn't know they were cheaper overall. Spurtman always made it sound like it'd be super cheap to just run everything yourself. Okay, so let's check this in. So the database now has activation code in it. We need to eventually look them up by activation code. See you, Sunbeam. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you again. We have node UUID. We have all these constants. I really should write in what these things are. It's these ones here. So this is the format for the link that we include in the registration email. It should probably eventually be an HTML template language like handlebars or mustache. Is mustache something that has a node package for it? Node.js. Yeah, I can eventually do that. In fact, fine, I'll write this on the to-do list down here at the bottom of it, because I thought switching would be something that would take a little bit longer, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. So fix the to-do in server account server / constants.js where I mention handlebars or mustache. Lord Thorzinus. Lord Thor Sonus? Anyway, thanks for following. I always ponder these names. Doing it on a renting out dedicated servers. Yeah. If you have something web scale, like MongoDB. right, so the subject of the registration email that gets sent out to new users, and then the template for the body of the registration email that gets sent out to new users. And this is, of course, a string. What I need to include over here too is fix the body, the email body template, as well as that uses percent. Glandius, thank you too for following. Pretty good follows today, actually. So just a reminder, anyone who does follow, you'll get a whisper from Botlad, and there's a link in that whisper. Excuse me, that link is what you use to control my lights if you want to. You don't have to, you can totally ignore it. I'm not trying to like install viruses on your machine or something. Although if I were, that'd be a pretty easy way to do it. I'm gonna make everybody paranoid. Okay, so this thing is saved, that looks good. Main.js. Yeah, this is necessary. Let me change this, commented that, looks good, save that off, return that so that we can get it for the generate call into both of these. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, looking good. Do I have a notepad open over here? No, I don't. I wanted to copy paste something from chat. Adam bully. I'm only a bully if I actually install viruses. Right, I have no clue what this is. This is a game called Botland. I'll show you really quickly. And it's actually playable right now if you want to try it out, but it's not, there's not a lot of content. But this is Botland. It's a game about making bots with different weaponry and armor and utility hardware that you have. So you can cloak, you can get shields, you can get artillery. And then after that, you write scripts for your bot. And these, it's gonna be really simple. So let's say I had missiles and cloaking. I could simply say like fire missiles. If I can't fire missiles, maybe I'm not close enough to an enemy, so try moving closer. And if an enemy exists, I want to cloak. And that's it. So this bot will remain totally stationary. If something comes into its range, it'll pursue it and try firing missiles and cloak if it finds it. And so I could show you this. I probably want a random movement at the end here. Log in, and I'll show you what this looks like. I mean, this is a really simple bot, but there it is. And there's no one else online right now, so I can't show you much more. But let's say I went with the landmine bot. Like, there's a lot of different stuff you can do in this game. And so the goal of the game is to get the most points by the end of the match. It's a team deathmatch right now. In fact, let's just do this. Let's just make a mine layer bot. Mines. There. Maybe you should add something to Botland bot's follow message saying something about Botlad. Yeah, I had a notification, which actually I'm only just now realizing that never worked, did it? It used to work. Then I updated Phantom Bot, which always happens. So yeah. Okay, I checked this in, right? Did I not check this in? When a user registers an account, oh, you know what I should do? I should really test this first. Let's go try that out. So let's go start up all these things again. And then go to the local botland here. Did this not start up? Register with Overseer. How does this work? Yeah, there we go. So activation code now exists. And now when we sign up for an account, so I hit register, b@b.com, password. We got an error. But this is a new error. Activation code doesn't have a default value. Oh yeah, I forgot to make that nullable. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Does a text field need... Yeah, it does need it. Default to. Now that column exists in the database, if I say use Botland and then describe table users, describe users, how does this work? Yeah, there we go. So activation code now exists. And now when we sign up for an account, so I hit register, b@b.com, password. We got an error. But this is a new error. Activation code doesn't have a default value. Oh yeah, I forgot to make that nullable. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Does a text field need... Yeah, it does need it. Default to null. Okay, so I gotta go drop the database again and try that again. All right, fine. So drop database, rerun this. Oh, this failed the first time anyway. Field activation code doesn't have a default value. Wow. If only I just read this instead of flitting around the code. Let's close out all these things. Then we'll restart the account server and try registering again. The last time. Have you ever done any object design for Botland or just using to-do list or use cases? Object design. I think you're talking about like UML or any sort of modeling. I don't typically do that, no. So a@a.com. Okay, could not send activation email. Send email is not a function. Well, this is an easy to solve problem, although now I do need to amend that last commit, so hopefully I haven't pushed it yet. Where do I do this? REST client for the account server. So this needs a send email function, and I don't have it right now. So send email. We have the to address, the subject, and the email body. And when we send this, we've got to send it with the same, what is it? Emails, send email. This is the signature. So we put this back into here. So let's copy paste all this. So this is going to be emails. This is the email API URL. We post to it. We don't care about a version. We do care about all of this stuff. To address, subject, and email body. So we can just type it out like this. In fact, we can use multiple cursors if we want. There. Request.send. So we don't really have anything to return here. I don't think there's even a point to have an explicit then. I'm going to keep it for right now. Simple wrapper around the overseer's send email function. String, 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 promise. Okay, that should fix any problems there. So let's try running this back one more time. I know this is painful. b@b.com password. It should work this time. There we go. Okay, but we didn't get... Something's wrong. Yeah, something's wrong. It didn't send an email. How did it not send an email? What about this? Select star from users. Uh-oh. Everything's falling apart. What happened here? There's a way to do this. Was it G at the end? How do you... Was it G? No, that doesn't make any sense. How do you... Darn it, I don't even know how to formulate this question right now. Let's just search for this. There was a way to select and have things print out. You just put something instead of the... Oh, /G. There we go. Yeah, thanks Mike. All right, so what do we have? We have a bunch of accounts. Then the newest account that I made should have an activation code. Oh good, it's null. Wait, which means that none of this worked. Generate registration email. If we got a notification on the client. What? Oh, wait. No, that doesn't make any sense. All right, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. Let's just print something out here. So console.log, sending registration email. Save activation hash. Then we call send email. Oh, I know what happened. It logs it on the overseer. Yeah, here it is. This would have been an email if send emails were true. To b@b.com. Subject, welcome to Botland. Hello, new account 3. You just signed up for a Botland account and need to verify your email address by clicking this link. So then it has the link. This link is not a good link. I mean, it kind of is, but I gotta fix some of this stuff. And Crowport, I think you're looking for this. Yeah. Yeah, making an online strategy game around automation. So one of the other problems here, though, is that this didn't even save to the database. This is null. Why is that null? It's because save activation hash. We have user ID and registration link hash. We know for sure this was correct. So that means that this wasn't getting saved correctly. User ID activation hash. Weird. Weird indeed. This is the users table. We have an ID right there, an activation code right there. Did I type it wrong? No, that's right. What? How did this not work? Was there an error on the account server? No. Something's wrong. Maybe I typed the wrong thing over here. Registration link hash. No, that looks fine too. Very strange. Yeah, very strange. There are no errors. I did not get this thing in the database. Okay, so let's just debug this. So account server run, we'll put no dash dash debug break. Then after catch, that should be fine though. And I think all activation links like that are going to look ugly, and I think you have to show them in their full form so that you're not trying to hide anything else. So like if I show League of Legends activation link, like look at this thing. This is beastly. But again, like what are you going to do? You can't have it be something guessable, or else you could activate other people's accounts, which isn't really a problem, but well, it's kind of a problem. All right, yeah, let's just rerun this with debugging. So node inspector dash dash web port equals 7895. Click that and go back over to here, restart this entire thing. It should break in over here. What's it doing? It says debugger listening. Who made that management game? Partial Data did. Partial Data actually hasn't been here for a while. April 13th. Yeah, that's a month ago. Wow. And what is going on here? There we go. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go into server.js, and the function we want to go into is... Wait, why does this not list out all the functions? Oh, because there's still class in here. Okay. What's it called? Register, generate registration email. This thing. So hash and salt password. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's put, we know for sure this got hit because it printed on the account server. Let's put a breakpoint here and here. Okay. Now we hit the play button and now we go register a new account. So let's do that. Refresh the page. Hey unknown. How you doing? Yeah, that management game took me by surprise. c@c.com. Actually, doesn't matter if I type a valid email address. So now this got broken into, and we have the username is going to be new account, email address c@c.com, created user ID is like 4 or 8 or whatever. It doesn't matter. So now we go into here. This stuff should all be fine. The registration link hash we know was correct from the first time. It just doesn't get saved to the database for some reason. Oh. What happened? None of that was correct. What's going on right now? That was really, really weird. Save activation hash. So it should be in the database already then. That's what this thing is saying. And yet I highly doubt it is. Yeah, activation code, null. What is going on? Then send email works. Man, I should have put this in the database wrapper. We're going to have to register another account. Why are so many of these things showing up? Save activation hash. This is the only thing I care about right here. It must not be finding the user by its ID. That must be the problem. Maybe the user ID is a string that's getting returned or something? I don't know. Oh, Crowport, thanks a lot. That's really nice to hear. I've been spending a lot of time on this game. I've been streaming now for 8 months and 2 days. And it's been most of that without vacation time, which I'm going to rectify in 2 months. EJ says, I have a conundrum. I want to use async await because I'm tired of using promises, but do I really want to use Babel server side? And do I really want to sacrifice error lines and all that jazz? The error line sacrificing, I think, is bigger than using Babel. But it might... why don't you just write out a class of yours and see if you really, really like the syntax a lot better? And if not, maybe you can just settle on coroutines in the meantime. Because, yeah, then you have source maps. You have a lot of other things to worry about if you go through Babel. And with coroutines, you shouldn't have that problem. Don't watch the Boatland video. That's not worth watching. Okay, we're going to register a new account. And I guess get rid of all the other breakpoints here. Let's just put one here. Because this is not updating for some reason. I need to see what this SQL is. Actually, wait a second. Yeah. Yeah, this is proper connects, but it's probably generating SQL that is not exactly what I want. Let's just register a new account. Screeps is kind of similar. Yeah, so Crowport, the reason why I think this is very different from Screeps is because Screeps is targeted at programmers. This is targeted at just people who like strategy games. In fact, the way I see this working out in my head is people who want to play StarCraft but don't have the actions per minute to play StarCraft would probably like this game. So in StarCraft, you're doing the same overall strategy that you're doing in this game. Well, similar. Like if you see someone deploying siege tanks in StarCraft, you're going to say, okay, Mutalisks are the counter to that, and then go make Mutalisks. The problem is, in the process of making Mutalisks, you're like checking millions of screens and doing 300 actions per minute. And for a lot of people, that's like a very tense and frustrating experience, and you're limited by how fast you can move. In Botland, you will see someone deploy like the same kind of thing. So here we have this bot with shooting artillery. That is a long-range weapon. And you might say, okay, what's the counter to that? Okay, the Mutalisks of this game might be a cloaked melee bot, for example. And making that bot won't take you, tons of actions per minute or something like that. You just need to come up with what the better strategy is. There's a lot of game design conversations we've had about this, and we've thought about. I could go on for hours about this, so I'll just say it's possible at the end of all of this that we find out, okay, people like the general concept, but it doesn't last for very long. And yeah, that would really suck. So we'll probably add more game modes or something after that, and we'll figure things out. Anyone want to sum up pros and cons? Did I miss something else in there? For Node versus Apache, Node seems a lot more manual but sturdy. Apache is a lot more plug and play. I probably wouldn't say Apache is more plug and play. I don't know. I think it's hard for me to compare, and I'd like to see what chat has to say about that. And Stink Eye says, how's it going? Can you bring me up to speed on what part you're working on now? Yeah, sure. So I'm working on account registration now, and I'm trying to figure out why when I hit register, it's not saving something to the database that I expect to be there. So I hit this, it broke in here, and user ID I guess is not what oh, it's an array. Oh, that's the answer to everything. Okay, well, that's why you debug things. Okay, well, we can fix this really easily. And all we need to do is this. Create user in the database wrapper should only ever be used by that single function. So let's search for that. Create user. Oh, it's used by multiple places. No, that's create bot bay. I should have searched for the entire thing. Create user. There we go. Okay, so it's used. That's a comment. That's where it's used. And that's another place that it's used. Oh, this is populate database. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so what we got to do here is make sure that none of these are going to be problematic. Create user returns. Yeah, we don't even care. Oh, okay, this was easy. So all I need to do now is make this create user at the end of all of this. Instead of returning this, we'll yield this. We'll say dbresp equals yield, and then finally we'll return dbresp 0. which means that this succeeded and we're just returning a single user ID at that point. Also, what else did I miss? Library. Why can't we have ES7 now? Yeah, that would be nice. And Crowport says, no, I mean, Escapes is the only game that I know is barely similar, and I'm glad you made this. There's high customization, so yeah, I'm happy about your idea. Yeah, I think, okay, so there are a lot of games that are actually pretty similar. And I've been keeping track of them, and I linked them in a chat a long time ago, and now for me to go reform that list would take me like 3 minutes. So I'll just sum it up and say that, yes, I've seen them. In general, they're either very much targeted toward programmers, or they're not exactly like a strategy game. They're a fighting game or something like that. Or, I don't know. Or they do... Yeah, there are a bunch. I think Botland is different enough from them. And then the other thing that the video didn't talk about, but this is something that we've been working on a little bit. When you make bots in Botland, you're picking a leg piece. So let's go with like this one, and then a torso piece and a head piece. And then it renders your bot. And so you can combine all the different ones you want. So I could have like a ladybug body with this rocky head and whatever else, and change the colors. And so there's going to be a lot of customization in the game. And here there are only 3 different kinds of bots you see. But eventually, you know, picture we've got 10 different bodies, 10 different heads, 10 different foot parts. And so everyone's bots are going to look different. They'll all have different strategies. I think it'll be really entertaining. And I just can't wait until I finally get to the point where people are just playing Botland and they're users, and I can work on features and fixing people's concerns and not be so in the trenches as I am now. And Cross Country Clayton, thank you for following. All right, so I should have fixed this bug right now. Let's destroy the database just because. It'll make it easier to see all the different users in there. We're going to close out of this. We're going to change the account server's run to be no debug break. Go back to here, recreate the database, and then restart the account server. Okay, cool. Now we connect, we register an account. So we're going to call this, it works, a@a.com, password, create. Okay, so what happened here? What should have happened is that we should see whatever was here. Where is this? This. Okay. See this? It works ABD3. That should be in the database. That is not in the database. Oh man. What did I screw up? Did I forget to save a file? No, darn it. I don't know. Well, let's get back to debugging it. Alright, fine. Start this stuff up again. Gotta close out of that. And Crowport and Just a Big Clown, thank you too for following. How much will the game cost? It'll be free to play. And you can find out about monetization of the game here. Adam refuses to upgrade his Node. That's not true. I don't refuse. I just, again, haven't had the time. Yeah, so this. And really, to sum this up, you buy salvage packs in the game. So they're just these booster packs of items. And in it, so for example, and again, money is not set in stone here. I don't know if it's going to be $5 or $3 or whatever. But you might get some bot coin, which is the in-game currency, a couple of functional items, and then a cosmetic item. That might be what you get in your salvage pack. Or packs, I should say. And you'll have a way of getting all those same items through normal gameplay. The only exception we'll probably make to that is with cosmetic items. I am very much against functional items being blocked by money purchases, but I think it's okay to have something like, you know, imagine a golden armor or something like that, which doesn't do anything functional, but that you had to pay money for. Like, I think that's fine. Does Connects not output any error messages? It does, but this is not an error message. So I'm basically saying, I'm saying like update user where ID equals not an ID. And so this is, it's updating a user where the ID is this, and that user just doesn't happen to exist. So I think that's what's happening right now. And the only way to find out is for me to finish this debugging, which I'm like sidetracking myself on right now. So let's just refresh this page and restart the account server. It should be debugged this time. And then we go over to here And I hope this breaks in. Perfect. Okay. So we go into the database wrapper again and put a breakpoint over here. Right there. Oh, I can't do that apparently. Aw, isn't that nice? My code hates me. Well, what do I do if I can't do that? Let's just search for save activation hash. What? I guess if you ever want to get 8,000 errors in less than 2 seconds, just do a search in your code. Alright, I'll have to look into this. We add other game modes like Endless Waves or something? Yeah, we want to do that. It's just not something we'll probably do at launch because I think game modes are compelling and could get people to play the game, but I'd rather have people playing the game before working on non-main features. And we've thought of lots of game modes, and I think there's a lot of cool stuff you can do in an automation-based game when it comes to game modes, but yeah, like I said, not at first probably. Snake Eye says, so I think you said a while ago that you started this company with someone else, right? Is that true? Yes, it's true. And if so, what's the other guy doing? So anything like not coding related, basically. So we have a lot of design discussions. There are certain, like, he's reached out to companies about, we've been looking into video advertising. So let's say once a day you had the opportunity to click a video link and you'd watch an ad, but then you'd get some in-game money for it. We've been talking to people about that. So like he'll handle that stuff. This is Node.js. What are the advantages? So because I have to get back to work and I've been answering chat a lot, Crowport, this is Node, yes. The advantages I will leave for another time, I think. I originally started using Node because I wanted to learn it, and that was for the prototype of this game, and that was like a year and a half ago. And then I decided to continue using it. So let's look up, maybe I can set a breakpoint here, and that's just not working. Then I'll go over to here and search for save activation hash, and we'll put a breakpoint there too. These are for some reason not showing up correctly, which leads me to believe that the map file is wrong. Wow. All right, so let's try this. It works to register b@b.com password. Oh, thank goodness, it broke in. It broke in a place I didn't set a breakpoint, but I guess that's fine. This right here, what is this? User ID is 7, and activation hash is a string. So why would this not work? Return this dot connects users where ID equals 7. Activation code. What in the world? Okay, let's try something else. Let's just do this. Users dot where ID equals user ID dot select dot then resp console dot log json dot stringify resp. Aha. Okay, so we got a promise back. That's actually not what I expected, because the promise should have succeeded, right? And then returned the thing that I want. Maybe there was an error, or maybe there was no response. Okay. What about a dot catch? Error console.log error. What's going on here? When will launch happen? So the game will probably launch in like the very beginning of the second quarter of 2017. So probably like mid-March, April-ish, something like that. And the beta will probably be out in about 3 or 4 months. The game is playable right now. And if you want to play it, you just whisper botland bot the word game. But there's not much to do in the game. No one's really playing. Playing this MMO and there's a quest where I need to find someone's cat. Okay, Remy. Yeah, I'm getting a promise back from this. I don't know what's going wrong exactly. And I feel like... Yeah, what else? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do this. User ID equals 1, let's say. Yeah, this is neither printing an error, nor is it... Why is it printing the result I want? Select dot then. Select is before where? I wonder if that matters. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. I don't know what's going wrong at this point. Oh, actually, that's kind of interesting. This is the wrong number. Oh, man. I didn't even think about this, did I? Yeah, this has been wrong this entire time. Oh, man. Oh, okay. So then here's how we can fix this, although this is not the way we should fix this eventually. And that's by doing this. So activation hash. Oh, see you, JWL. Thanks for joining in. Is there an offline mode? There will be eventually, but it's not going to be what you probably want it to be. At first, the offline mode is going to be just like a staging arena. So if you want to test out the strategy of like, how does lasers perform against missiles? Because I keep coming across missiles. You can test that out. Eventually, we do want a kind of skirmish mode where you can just play against the AI on your own machine. But I don't think we're going to aim for that at first. Oh, God. EJ, this is right up there with that video you linked about, oh, man, the remix of that kid talking about tents or something. I don't know what. I'm just going to link this in there. That's EJ's doing. So here's the problem. This needs to be -1. And then I think everything will just work. So let's go get rid of the accounts run.cmd. Put that there and then restart this. Okay, so we don't need that open any longer. So now I think the registration is going to work. It works 3l@l.com password. All right, and when we search the users, yep, that worked. Okay, so the problem is that what we get back from the database is the number of rows that happen to be in the database. And actually, this is really, really good that this showed up now. Because if it didn't show up now, then I never would have found this until a user was deleted from the database, which could have happened at any point in the future. And then activation links would have just stopped. And debugging this would have interrupted a live service at that point. You have that on your gym playlist? Oh yeah, Kazoo Kid. Why did I think of tents? God, that's weird. Okay, so how do I fix this problem? The database wrapper needs to return the user's ID and not whatever it is that it's returning right now. So create user is returning. Oh wait, we have a user ID. What is this? Oh no! Oh, I'm returning the wrong thing entirely. What did this used to say? Oh man. Diff current. Return TRX Bob. What did this used to say? Why is this so difficult to look at? All right, let's just do this. Yeah, it used to return this transaction. So whatever the results of this were. No, that was a promise though. Well, yeah, let's just return the user ID now. We don't even need that. So a promise that resolves to the new user's ID. This should fix everything. Now, let's wipe out the database and try this one last time. Then I'm going to use the bathroom. Use botland. So I need to go recreate the database. Is Adam's brain melting? Oh, see you, Remy. All right, let's try it out again. So we should have no users in the database other than the Adam users. Yep, there we go, Adam4. So let's go make a user. It works 3 is a fine name. And now when we select this, we've got their activation code. Finally. That means it's bathroom time, everybody. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. 1v1 me in League after you read the terms of service. Wait, EJ, have you... Oh, is he unknown? EJ, have you ever played League? It might actually be kind of funny to see two people who've never played... Although I haven't really played any MOBAs. This is the kind of thing where it's like, if you've played any first-person shooter and you go to any other one, you're probably going to be better than a person who hasn't played any of them at all. And either way, I'm not going to go install League just for that. Yeah, has Weedley been here all day? Last seen Weedley 93. May 10th, 3:39. Wait, did Weedley say anything? Why are we talking about him all of a sudden? Huh. Okay, cool. So this is saved. And I tested it. And everything's working. You've watched it but haven't played it? Well, if there's one thing I learned about watching people play games is that doesn't make you a master at it. As I tried in Super Mario 64, doing speedrun strats that I don't understand whatsoever. Weedley was here this morning? Okay. He was apparently here 5 minutes ago, too. Alright, so activation link. Looks good, looks good, looks good. So really, the only thing I did here was I tested stuff. And this is the important code that changed. What else do we have here? Set overseer rest client, yeah. Send email. Yep. And what else do we have? This. Cool. So it all works. So when a user registers an account, an activation link is generated and sent to them via email. The code for this link is saved in the database so that when I eventually implement the other half of this feature, they'll be able to confirm their account/email. Are you partnered? No. I applied a long time ago and I was rejected. I don't know why no one has access to the last seen command. How do I change that? Phantom bot. Phantom of the Opera. Where are their commands? I don't even know what I'd be searching for in here to figure out how to let someone else do this. Permcom? Oh, that's apparently how you do it. Permcom last seen. Hey, Duzen. Usage, permcom, command name, group ID or name. Can't I just see what it's set to right now? Oh my god. Phantom bot. Alright, let me search for this in the database. So here's what permcom is set to right now. Last seen is set to 6. And we want it to be the same thing as points. Where's points? Time, 7. So we just want to set it to 7. So we just do permcom last seen 7. And I think we're good. Okay, so can you guys try that out now? Can you see if you can use the permcom command? Or not that, the last seen command? Need a web interface. I know, and the new one has it. And I just never want to upgrade this stupid thing again. Did I lint that? Yeah, probably. So much confidence. Having linted this. Oh, cool, it works. Okay, good. Yeah, so let me write this down in my Phantom bot note. Really should have just written my own bot months ago. Because here are all the commands that I have to run for this thing if I ever upgrade. Permcom last seen 7. So allow anyone to use last seen. Well, your last seen should all be correct within about a minute or so. I think it's updated probably every minute. Okay, so when a user clicks the link, it brings them to the client where they get a brief pop-up saying, thanks for confirming your account. You're now able to make purchases. And I guess play for longer and play for... Your account will not expire now, and you are now able to make purchases. I don't know. We'll figure this out. And yeah, maybe you get some bot coin for it or something. What's that file? This is just all my notes on Phantom Bot. Build instructions. Wait, what? This isn't right. What is this? Hang on a second. Something. Oh, I accidentally deleted the title of that. Oh, man. I don't know how I did that. Phantom Bot. Oh, my God. Doing everything you can to bother me right now. There we go. All right, I fixed that. Yeah. Whatever. Okay, so clicking the activation link. I need to look into React Router. Let's go take a look at that. Complete routing library for React. How does this work? Use as you would anything else? Okay, cool. So what's it look like? Use link to route around the app. Link to, yeah, I don't need to do that. Actually, I might need to do that. I'll have to look into that in a bit. What else do we have here? So, declarative route configuration. Could also load this config lazily instead. Okay, this seems reasonable. I just need to figure out what it's like to use this. And then what I probably want to happen here is... all I want is that pop-up, and then probably it can't log you in. It could fill out the username field for you, I guess. Not that there's a need to do that. Yeah, I should probably have the username in the link, huh? There's actually no great way of doing that. Unless I search for the last... Yeah, alright, here's what I could do. I could go into server.js, and when it generates that hash, we could just concatenate these with a hyphen or something like that. And then everything after the hyphen is the UUID. So let's make it an underscore. There. Okay, now we got to figure out how to get this working on the client. So I need something that can... Thanks for your confirming your account name. I need something that can call a function based on the URL. So we'll try this out. Hey, Discord and Strike. What's the problem? There's not really a problem. I just need to use React Router and then try it out. So I will do this. Let's save this into the client, ELCL. Oops. Okay. Now what's next? Import router, route, and link. If I'm using a transpiler, which I am. Okay, so let's just put this into the client directly for right now. We'll put this up here. And what's it look like? App about no match. What are these? Oh, I see. Anything that doesn't match. We want to go to the game in that case. All right. So where do we put this? Where does render come from? React DOM. Do I even have that? React DOM. Where does React DOM come from? Oh, there it is. And we do a render there. Yeah, so this will need to be different. Hope you have some time, Adam, because this is an undertaking. Is it? I thought it would have been just a simple, like, drop this in and you're done. Using a router sounds like you don't need activate XXX. You could just do /active/XXX. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work. And I don't know how it's going to work once it's on AWS also. We'll have to test that out. Test out the client-side routing on AWS by just faking the activation hash. He's on a static host, so he can't. Okay, yeah. So then that wouldn't work on AWS. Okay, so here's where the render function should go. React DOM.render. And that's where we want to do all of this. Document.getElement by ID root. So I'm gonna test this out this way. We're gonna totally destroy the entire UI of Botland for a while. History equals browser history. Where did they get that from? Oh, get that from React Router? I don't know if I need that. Let's include it anyway, because I don't know if I need it. Adam, you have a large to-do list? Yeah, I know. All right, so component equals about. So any of these create classes, that's what we can use. So we can just use root there instead, I think. But then we need to pass in all of these extra things here. Maybe, let's try it. Let's just try /, we'll go to that. And do I have anything else here? I have root. I don't have any... we can just make everything go to root. I'm not sure. Wait, let's just try this for now. Right, so I think that should work. Let's try this out. So if I go to localhost and I just refresh, it should be a broken version of Botland. And it certainly is. It says about is not defined. Yeah, I gotta get rid of those things then, huh? So let's change all of these to root for now, because I don't have no match either. You want hash history, not browser history? Is that something that comes from this? Is that? Oh, there is. Okay. Thanks, EJ. Is React like Angular? They're both views. I think Angular tries to handle more than just the view component. I think it's also the model and the controller as well. I haven't used Angular though. Hash history uses the hash portion of the URL, creating routes that look like that. Should I use it? We're not configuring your server, so we're just getting started. Go ahead and use it. In general, use browser history for the cleaner URLs and for support for server-side rendering. When a history transitions around your app. It's funny because their example implementation includes browser history and not hash history. But okay, let's try that out. So hash history and hash history. All right, so let's try this. We should see, like I said, a broken Botland. And broken we do see. So what's printing out here? Store was not specified. Yeah, so if we just put in all those correct things that we had before, which is just here, like all of this stuff basically, then it should work exactly the same. Component equals root. We need to change this somehow. Maybe we can, let's try this. What if I did that? Do we at least not get the error about the store? So that's here. There's a warning about the store. Let's just show those. So yeah, do I not get that warning any longer? No, I do get that warning. And yeah, EJ, that makes sense to me. This is beyond my mortal knowledge. Huh. Yeah, the part I don't understand is how I'm supposed to get these components into, or sorry, the properties here. I wonder how you pass in props. Let's take a look at the library. How about we look at it through here? You know, Spurtman, I'm kind of surprised you're using that. And by that I mean anything with JavaScript. You're supposed to be a hardcore Python person. Props.children. So they don't show this in the same way that I would try to use this. They have user equals react.create class. Let's look at examples. What do I mean? I mean, originally the way I rendered my root was just by doing render, and then I had all these properties here. With this new one, I say which component it is, but I don't know how to pass properties into it. And maybe I'm going about this the wrong way, but I'll just look at their examples and we'll apparently find out. Kind of hard to put Python in a browser. Oh, that attitude. Okay, so they don't do this here either. Dynamic segments. So they passing props to children. Here we go. So you do this, you export that as a variable, then you use that. So that root tree is a var that the route will use. Okay. I keep mixing them up. Oh yeah, their names are the same length and they're the same color for you. For me, they're two different colors because Spurtman has random colors on. Okay, so EJ says export that as a variable. Should be everything that's not in the render, right? Can I just do this? Const test equals all of this. Thanks to the power of JSX, I don't know what I'm doing right now. So let's do that, and then let's just pass in test here, and hope that this works. Nope. So invalid prop component supplied to route. Okay, let me see how I exported the root. I think you have to wrap it in parentheses, right? That could be true. I should look at how I exported that other, yeah, this isn't, fine, let's just take a look at this. So root, the way that I exported this was as a class that extends component. And then when I wanted to use it, I just call root there, as opposed to, I suppose of what, I don't even know. Store this dot props dot store. Their render function has this. Return, try with all of that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I actually think it would be this syntax then. Which means I would have done this correctly, but then it's obviously not working, so I'm doing something wrong. Test. Yeah, I don't know. And what if I get rid of this? Is there a way to ever turn this off? component supplied to route. Invalid, undefined component supplied to route. Should not be null, undefined boolean or number. It should be a string or a React class. Check the render method of router context. Yeah, so I've got to return. This wasn't doing the render of this, was it? No, it was just a component class, which happened to have a render. So I think I need to make a new component out of this. You have to get rid of the routes that don't exist. But I did that, right? I mean, I can get rid of these things. That shouldn't matter. And that's not how you get rid of them. So let's do this. And I actually probably want to turn this hash history off. Where is that? There we go. Okay, so let's take a look at that in a second. Does this all of a sudden just work now? No, I didn't think so. Yeah, so I think I need to do this the same way that I was doing it before, where I make a class or something else. What is this though? When a history transitions around your app, it can store location state. Yeah, I don't think I want hash history at all, because I don't want the URL to look weird the majority of the time. Or I need to like override it for something else. Let's just get rid of this and see what happens. At the very least, we should not have anything show up in the URL now. No, we still do. Okay, I don't know. Just get rid of this. Fine. And I'm rebuilding the client, right? I don't need that. This right here. All right. So let's export, I guess, a class whose render does all of this stuff. Let's try this out. So we're just going to do class test root extends root, maybe. I don't know. I should just look at their examples, because I think this is going to be a lot harder to do here. And then this is where I'd have the, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's look through their examples here. So when they said passing props to children, I think what they meant here was inside these React classes. And that shouldn't be any different from how normal React works. Or maybe I should look at their guides. Dynamic routing, converting navigation, server rendering. Yeah, I should look. Whoop, chat scrolled all the way up. Has to be a component you export, not just the raw JSX. I don't think you need props. So what I don't follow here is, like, I understand that all these are React components. They all have their own render. But then how am I going to pass in all these, like a key handler, for example? That would have typically been a property. And now I don't know how it would get access to that. And that's a part I don't understand. Their examples don't seem to show this. They just say this.props.children here. But that's a built-in prop. It's not props.param.id user. Wait a second, where do they do this? Path equals ID? Oh, it's automatically passed in as a property. Pass props to handler component. Preferred way is to wrap comments component and pass wrapper as route handler. Oh, I see how they do this. Oh, okay. So I think I understand this. So we want the render function to return the root that we had originally. All right, so this needs to return all the stuff we had here. Sort of. It's going to be kind of tough. I want to turn that. And then this is all going to need to change at some point. I will probably just kind of hack it for now. So let's do that. That should be fine. And then the hack that we do is going to be that instead of this, we'll just change all of the thises to like some other variable. Let's do this. Const t equals, or xxx equals global.main, debug main. Actually, this should work. Let's try this. It's possible that this works. There. And now we should be able to render our test route. So we get rid of this, and we're done. We didn't even get rid of it. That's how done we are. Okay, cool. See you, Rod. Okay, so now let's try that out. This browser window isn't even working. Perfect. A blank white page. Oh, man. All right, what am I doing wrong here? I thought this would work. I should probably just close that page entirely. So I have this test route component, which I'm extending route. Maybe I shouldn't extend route. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just extend the same thing this is extending, component, which I probably don't have here. Port from React. Let's try that out. Whoa, it worked. Okay, I was not expecting that. Wow, and so I should be able to connect and use this just like I was before. Wow, yeah. Well, well, well. That's something. That is definitely something. So now, how do we get this without using global variables? That's the part I don't understand. I used a global that I happen to have here. I guess I taken a property of like this dot main or something, but then how would I use that? Components. Huh. I really don't know how to solve this problem. How do they do this here? See, they said path here. That doesn't all of a sudden become... No, yeah. Weird. How much changes applied? Comments my prop equals value. Because you can't pass anything into here. Oh, is that var only in the root where you have the router start? What? Yeah, I don't follow what you mean exactly. What I'm trying to figure out now, the problem I'm trying to fix is how do I stop using this global variable here? And actually even this, like the store that I'm using, this is, well, it's also a global variable right now. It's like a file level variable. It's still pretty amazing this even worked. Kind of surprised about that. Debug main, where do you get it? So I set that in the constructor here just as a global. Window.debug main equals this. But the debug main is just, it's, so main is only going to ever have a single instance of it. So I just want that instance. So basically I want to pass, where is this? In here, test route, I want to just pass a this reference over to there. If I can do that, then we're fine. But I don't know how to do that, or if that's even possible. And these examples, any properties they pass are passed in through the render function. But nothing, how do you get my value into this class? That's the part I don't understand. Create element, Create with default props. Documentation source. When was this made? Create element. Oh, with props. When the router is ready to render a branch of route components, it will use this function to create the elements. You may want to take control of creating elements when you're using some sort of data abstraction, like setting up subscriptions to stores. Oh, well. So this is exactly what I want, I think. Okay. Above my level. You can add something like main equals this, but I tried with just setting the store that way. I don't think that worked, does it? So like main equals test. And then when we make a test route and we render something, we should be able to do console.log main is this dot props dot main. So that should say test here. And if it doesn't say test, oh, I'm gonna be angry. If it does work, then great. Then everyone gets a point. Main is undefined. Oh, I'm angry. Yeah, I think I should use this create element. Because I don't think you can just spew your own properties into here. Or maybe you reference them a different way. But I think this create element thing should work. So let's try this out. Return component dot 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 props. Such a weird way of doing this. Because yeah, it looks like they're doing kind of the same thing here. Although, wait, maybe they're not. Router create element equals create element. So that's this function. It takes in a component and then the properties, and it can set any. And this is the default behavior though. Where do they get their properties from? Otherwise, I could do something like this. Okay, let's just look up React Router and Redux. Ruthlessly simple bindings. Oh man. Okay. So what do they do here? They make a store, and then how do they tell their thing about it? Provider store equals store. Yeah, I don't know. I need more than just the store. Oh, access router state. Man, this is crazy. I don't even need the router state most of the time. I don't mind if like activation is a relatively simple thing that happens here. This is with a Lang plugin, just trying to find the repo. Like, I would assume that you do something like this. I just don't know exactly what I put in. In fact, this is probably what they did in here. They probably specified a create element. Oops. Create sync test. No, they didn't use this. How did they get by with not using this then? I should probably just look at their library. Call history method. Reducer sync. Yeah, I don't know. And they use that provider there, which I don't. This is so. There's hardly any code here. How do they do any of this? Here's a part where they do the majority of it. Huh. Why is this complicated? I'm probably making it complicated. I'm very good at doing that. It's useful if you care about recording persisting. Oh, hey, here's a link. This is what I want. I think you don't need to. Store is the source of truth for your data. This is fine. If you use React Router, let it be the source of truth for your URL state. You don't have to keep everything in the store. Is this the right question? No, this is not quite the right thing. Spirit Man, I don't think it's entirely your fault. Okay. Chapter list chapters. React Router devs probably made it complicated in the first place. I don't know. I think this would definitely be a question I'd have if I were rendering any kind of component here, is how do I get it properties? And instead it sounded like I needed to make another property and then, or another component and then pass in the properties there. I don't follow that. Yeah, they make a wrapper around their class just to pass it a property. But then how do you pass the property to the wrapper class? Could someone explain what he's trying to do? So what I'm trying to do here is, my overall goal was I want a link like this to call into the client and activate just some new flow in the client. So when you click in your email, oh yeah, that's my account. So you click the link, it brings you to the client. It says something like, thanks for registering. And then that's it. And then you're just looking at the login page again. And so the problem is I'm trying to use React Router to do this. And everything's actually working right now, but I had to rely on global variables to do it. So right here, I save a global variable into just some XXX. That way it's easy to find and replace later. But how do I get rid of this global variable and do things the correct way? I don't know about this. No, you can't do this. Maybe you can specify props like this. I mean, I never tested this. What if I just do it this way? Main test, unexpected token. Oh yeah, this needs to have a double curly braces for objects. Let's try that. Maybe that'll work. Maybe this is just super simple and I'm being silly. Nope, that doesn't work. This is bananas. Use a DB. I mean, the problem is a very specific thing, which, by the way, hi Kyle Potts. But, and I have this working right now. It's just working via means that I'm not happy with. So if I just run this, there's my application. Like, all my key handlers work. I can zoom in and out. I can go to different pages. I can do whatever I need to do. Without putting XML in. What is this? What is this? The play request was interrupted by a call to pause? Oh. It's got something to do with Blockly, probably? I don't know what that is. Doesn't syntax like component equals test root props equals whatever work? Maybe. No, actually it won't. No. Whatever's inside of these curly braces needs to be valid JavaScript. So you can't throw a tag onto here because that's not valid JavaScript at that point. EJ, what, really? Write your own router? And hey, old man, that game's coming along okay. I've been working on registration for the last couple of hours, and I'm running into a problem here. I got all of the groundwork laid for this. You want persistence? I'm confused what the problem is. My only problem right now is I'm trying to use React Router to render my application, and I have to use a global variable to get the properties into this class. I can't understand that. I don't want persistence. That's not, like, I want just For example, when I press a key down, I wanted to use the on key down handler, and that happens to exist in my main instance, which is a global variable right now. How would I instead do something like, for example, this, or just take in xxx there as a thing? So I don't know how to do this. Okay, you know what else is? What are the properties in this class anyway? This dot props. What props do we have? Maybe there's some way I can figure out how you're supposed to inject this in. I really should just look at their documentation more. So the props has history, location, path name. Oh, look at that. This did make it in here. Main test. That's in route somewhere. What is going on? So I gotta copy paste this into here. What, is this not valid JSON? It's valid JavaScript. Router.run routes function handler. You totally pass components as props. Okay, wait, here's code that EJ linked. Although I do have this thing showing up here. So I probably could have just done things that way, huh? Router.run routes. I do not follow this. Am I using router.run? I'm using react dom.render. What is the router.run function? Do I even... Yeah, what is this? All this just to activate people's accounts? Well, what I'm wondering about is, what if I just used this that I have here? In fact, let's try this out quickly, because it seems like this might work. If instead of props, what if I just said hello equals world, and then when I stringify the result of this, I do null for, and then just try running this again. Okay, so this should print out all the different properties that I have. And let's see what we have. So is hello world in there? Yeah, it is. And it's in the route though. That's probably why this is an issue. But I could just access it off of the route. Like, I'm not picky. The whole idea of routing on a client is bad to you. Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice to do the server side, but I'm serving the client statically. That way I don't have to run a server for the client. Yeah. Which is just another endpoint that can fail. Need user with static host because it's web scale. I mean, that pretty much is the reason why. And think about it. If I had another server running, that's another thing that could potentially fail. If I trust Amazon to do it, Amazon's not going to fail in like 8 different regions at the same time. And that's how CloudFront works. So I'm going to just trust them. Let's just access this. EJ, I do appreciate the code. It looks like I can just cram this into here. Props.route. Something. Let's try that. Let's do it this way. So we're going to say main instance equals this. Did I not do this correctly? No, I did. Okay, so main instance. So now we can just do const xxx equals this dot props dot routes dot main instance. And then we're done. And that's it. Everything should still work. Is this going to work? No, it doesn't. It doesn't even work. Why? Cannot read property pen star handler of undefined. It says it's undefined. No, you have crossed the line, code. Didn't even break into the debugger. What's happening here? What is happening here? Stop props dot routes dot main instance. Let's just put this at the top. There's no way. What's going on? Where is this even broken in? Converting circular. Oh, it stringifies everything. Yeah, this won't work. Oh man. I could just use a global variable. So is Learn Python the best place to learn Python? Jake, I think what you're talking about was Codecademy. And I don't know if it's the best because I didn't learn Python through there. I don't know how I learned it. I don't remember. I don't know if this is of any help. No, I don't think so. I could try EJ's code. Wait a second. Wait. Wait, why was this happening here? Yeah, this shouldn't have been here. But then the debugger was in the wrong spot. So wait, it might not get stringified. I don't know why my code is being weird though. I don't follow what's happening here. So main.js, we're trying to call into, this thing doesn't even exist. Should be right here. I can't set a breakpoint there for some reason. It keeps mapping it to React. This means that my source maps are wrong. And no, EJ, that's true. And I always have the way out of just using a global variable. So like worst case scenario, I could just say, not going to solve this now and just use the global variable. And it's not the end of the world. In fact, that's a pretty tempting solution right now. But what's really weird about this, and this is the part I guess I don't get, let's change this as the word this. I bet all of a sudden this debugger is going to start to work. I have a feeling, no, you didn't do that to me, code. Man, this is terrible. I'm like 90% sure that I need to change how source maps are getting built here. Aren't globals usually looked down upon? Yeah. But this is the kind of thing where if I do this the right way, it might end up taking me like 2 hours, might cause a bunch of frustration. What do I even gain out of this? Maybe I don't even do things this way. Maybe I just inspect the URL myself. There's nothing stopping me from doing that, right? I don't even use React Router. I don't gain much from this, do I? How do you read the URL? JavaScript read URL. So we just get current URL. My God. Window location href. Yeah, that. I can just do this, right? Yeah. For EJ or there's yeah. So I could parse the URL myself. I could use a global variable because right now here are my potential solutions. So figure out basic client side routing. Solution number 1, parse the URL myself using this. Solution number 2, use React Router the correct way. Solution number 3 is use it the incorrect way. Use with a global for debug main. And there's probably a bunch of other things I can do. Well, so the code you gave me, EJ, where is that? How did I lose that already? Here's the code you gave me. Potentially tried this. Just use the code that works. I mean, the code that works right now is this. The debug main code. So let's try out this code that you suggested. My source map's failing on me is... Actually, I don't know that this would fail. Do I? Maybe I do know that it'll fail. So I think I tested this, right? I just get rid of this, and then everything broke. I'm pretty sure everything broke. Where's this broken in now? Yeah, it's undefined. And so what I could do is the whole inspect this instead, or even, what am I doing? Like this dot props. Yeah, let's do this dot props. Try that out. Again, I don't think this is gonna work. I think it'll just give me some more information than what I have now. So I have props. I was checking this dot props dot route. Yes, and then main instance. Aha! Yeah, it's just getting printed with a color on it apparently. Or wait, no, that's not right. What am I talking about? That's because of the inspect that I'm using. I'm losing it. I'm just losing it. Let's set the depth to 5 and the colors to false. Oh boy. Alright, so now what do we have? We should have routes and then... Hey, this actually did work. This dot props dot routes. Oh, routes is an array. And the first thing in this array happens to have a main instance in it. But I probably can't rely on that being there. So if I change this, routes 0 dot main instance, then everything should just start working. This is still super hacky. Hey, there it goes. Everything works. You probably can't rely on this. But I am curious, if I were to change this to, let's put this code back to here. Let's stringify this again. And let's change this to just the word this. Did this appear anywhere? Oh, I already have this over here, don't I? Okay, well, whatever. We're going to print it out again. So we got all the JSON again. Put this over here. And take a look. So route. Oh, well, look at that. We always had this in the route. Okay, yeah, we could just do this then. This is super easy. Granted, it's still probably not the right way of doing things. If we just say route.mainInstance, then we're done. Hooray. Now I refresh the page and everything should look the same as it did. It doesn't because I forgot to change this back out of a string. Perfect. Perfect. Worrying, I called it that because I wanted to make sure that it was easily findable and I didn't know if what I was doing would work. XX 13530 was hard to take. Alright, so this is not a terrible way of doing this, I think. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad way of doing this. I don't think it's great, but it'll work. And isn't that all we care about in the end? Yeah, I think so. I think I should try this way. What does router.run do? Wait, this has a route in it, right? Props. Whoa, what, really? I just read this as doodle 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 doodle. Lul. Oh man. They really have LOLOL as an interface. I have no idea what this is doing, but it's pretty funny to me. It's probably what? Like long something? Because D is what they use for double. Wait, what? This doesn't even make any sense. Double long object, double, and it returns an object? Weird. We're losing it. Come on, that's funny. I'm giving Spurtman a point. Well, I don't want to write this poorly. I still want to figure out if there's a better way to do this. And I want to look into this. I want to find out what run does. Because I don't know what this does. So there's a router. The UI and URL in sync. Where are the functions on this, though? There's a run function somewhere. It doesn't even have it. How are you supposed to find... Hey, EJ, what does this function do? And what are the routes you pass it? I guess probably... I don't know. I think I'm just going to do things this way. It's fine, that solution is good. Yeah. That's the conclusion I'm coming to here, too. Okay, so let's do this. Main instance. Let's get rid of that. Let's change out these XXX's for main instance. Then these things would all be done away with. So this class is really just, we can get rid of this. This class is really just a render function. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. What's this? Oh, router.run. Thanks. Thanks, sub. Main API into React Router. It runs your routes, matching them against a location, and then calls back with the next state for you to render. And what did EJ use this for? There's the function handler. React.render handler, and then you've specified your own thing after that as a property. Okay. I got it. Too many lines, stop. Is this me laughing over Lul? Okay, I'll look at this afterward. Yeah, I think it's funny. Alright. Only like one person in chat laughed. So fine. Too hard to please. Okay, so all I've done right now is I call this test root. I don't even think that's a good idea. And root isn't used. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Alright, so this is like root with main. It's passed in the worst possible way. So if I want any other roots, I guess here's what we do. We put this route in here, and we call this root with main. So now if we go to any other URLs, we'll always end up there. So if I try, actually no, let's get rid of that first, and then see what happens. So let's get rid of that, and then save it, and try going to like pound test. This should not, what? What's this doing? Was it auto install something? Okay, I have no idea what this catch-all is supposed to be then. Okay, so then let's try something else entirely. Try route path equals about, and we'll call root with main 2. And then here's where we'll do something really smart. I'm not going to do anything smart here. On connect, we'll just make a function that does console.log hello world. Okay, so if I'm correct, then when we go to slash or hash about and then hit the connect button, it'll say hello world. What just happened? I just print a page. I don't even have a printer. Test did not match any routes. This didn't match any routes. About did not match any routes. How did about not match? I put this thing right here. About root with main 2. Oh, main instance. I need that too. Oh. He just printed botland. What? So I hit connect here. No, that actually connected. How does this work? How does any of this work? I'm gonna like throw this computer out the window. Slash about. You don't need main instance again? Wait, yes, oh, you're saying that everything's gonna get this underneath here? But I thought you said I can't go to slash about. That shouldn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. You mean... Oh, nope, that didn't work. Okay, nope. Nope. You don't need slash. Can I play Botland via snail mail? Okay, I should have made this much more obvious. Not the connect button. I should just change something else here. How about we just do this? Console.log, your computer hates you, Adam. So that's about what's happening right now. Yeah, I don't know how this is supposed to work. Talking about somewhere else? No, you don't understand me. Yeah, I'm getting pretty frustrated with this. Put this back here then. But I don't understand how you're supposed to use these. Wait, how did their thing look? They had just about. So when they navigate to those pages, yeah. They put a slash there though. Weird. They didn't have that in the example on the front page, did they? So I'm supposed to do this. And then this will work. Nope. See you, old man. Yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow. You need to match about star. So about slash ID. Did I misinterpret what this was supposed to do? About star. What? This? Yeah, I don't follow. And I'm probably just going to do this off stream later. Because I don't think I'm ever going to figure this out right now. And I seem to be relatively averse to reading the documentation. I will just try this off stream. So when I pick up tomorrow, what I will be doing is... Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out who I'm going to host. So yeah, what I pick up tomorrow, what I'm going to be doing is finishing account registration, then getting into game servers auto-provisioning themselves, and then getting to the point where was this stuff written? Here. So account registration, I got to finish that up. Game server provisioning. I think that's going to take all of Wednesday, and then this stuff will probably start on Friday. The upgrade and replication stuff. What? EJ? No, EJ, I'll go on Discord or something. I'm not going to do this now. I'm like too frustrated. So yeah, we're gonna go watch Mario Maker together. Alright, what EJ? You aren't going to about, you're going to slash about slash ID. It's the same with express routes. ID is a param in the URL. Yeah, I think the problem is I don't I think the problem is my brain is the jelly part of a PBJ right now. All it needs is peanut butter, and then someone can eat everything that's making me say these words. You could literally eat my words. Peanut butter and jelly. Are you asking me to get in Discord? No, I'm actually not. I think I just want to sign off. Alright, well, thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to be online tomorrow. I'm going to leave you guys with Chronic Sauce. He plays Mario Maker. He's pretty good at the game. Wait, he's playing Paper Mario right now. Alright, well, whatever. We're going to watch that then. So, yeah, take care, everyone, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye and good night.